people online hear us? Let's see, Sheriff Van Arsdale, can you hear us?
I feel like I heard something.
Okay, well, we can hear you.
There you go.
Perfect. All right, well.
Recording in progress.
Morning, everyone. I will call the meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. Welcome. Let's do a round of introductions. I am Nancy Wise, Commissioner and Chair. My last meeting as Chair.
Pat Malone, Commissioner and Vice Chair.
Zano Giroux, Commissioner.
Good morning, Joe Kirby, County Administrator.
And we will go to introductions in the room and then online.
Mark Yeager, Benton County resident. Chris Evans, coastline.
Shannon Coordinator in Community Development.
Darren Nichols, Community Development Director.
Charles DPE Coordinator.
Michael Sanders, the event advocates.
Eric Milo, Board Reporter.
Corey Rosen, Public Information Officer.
All right, and then we will move to those online for introductions.
Jeff Van Arsdale, Benton County Sheriff. And I just want to thank Commissioner Wise for her year as Commission Chair. I think you've done amazing, and thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Sam Imperati, BCTT Facilitator.
Lori Coppenrath, DLR Group.
Is there anyone else online who would like to introduce themselves?
Hi, April Holland, Public Health Administrator.
All right, we will move on to comments from the public. And first up on my list, I have Mark Yeager. Mark, please come on up. You can have up to 3 minutes. I will start your time when you begin.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Mark Yeager. I'm a resident of Benton County. I'm also a registered civil and environmental engineer in Oregon and a member of your Solid Waste Advisory Council. I'm here today to provide comments on the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, which is scheduled for a work session later in your meeting today. First, I'd like to say thank you to for the county staff and the work they've done and others in preparation of this important planning document. I want to bring an item of importance to your attention. The discussion of the wildfire risk and strategic planning area, SPA number 3, neglects any discussion of the risks associated with the existence of the Coffin Butte landfill at the northeast corner of the SPA. The Community Wildfire Protection Plan has a very specific discussion related to human-caused wildfire ignition. The existence of this large landfill amidst a sea of forest lands and grasslands represents a significant danger of human-caused ignition that's not even mentioned in the plan. Many aspects of the landfill, its existence are important regarding wildfires. First, the landfill, due to its existence and operation, presents an increased risk of wildfires, particularly from the over 800 vehicle trips associated with the landfill each day. Each of those trips, as we know from many wildfires in the country, vehicle trips are often a cause of ignition for wildfires. To the operation of the landfill, the mechanical distribution and compaction of the trash materials within the active landfill have the potential to ignite a fire at the landfill. The existence of the methane processing and constant flaring of gases has the potential to ignite or contribute to a wildfire incident. Any malfunction of that system has the potential to ignite a wildfire. Further, the Title V air quality monitoring reports show recent methane concentrations in the several thousand parts per million have been detected at the landfill. These high concentrations also pose a serious fire risk. Another associated risk with the landfill is the fact that embers from a wildfire could ignite a fire at the landfill due to the material exposure at the site. Once started, a landfill fire poses an incredible risk related to long-term fires and toxic gas releases. The Republic Services owned landfill that is closed near St. Louis, the West Lake landfill, has an existing fire that has been burning within the landfill since 2010. Materials buried within the Coffin Butte landfill from previous waste deposited from previous industrial operations contain highly flammable materials that pose a serious risk if ignited during landfill operations. I have just a couple more sentences here.
Go ahead
Was
and
that-
wrap up.
Was that my clock that went off there?
Yes, go ahead and wrap up.
Okay, sorry. And the fire history section of the CWPP Appendix E fails to mention the nationally reported 1999 fire at Coffin Butte, which closed the landfill for more than a week. The issues associated with the Coffin Butte landfill have been raised with Benton County staff as early as March of 2022. But those concerns have been dismissed and the issue is not addressed in the final draft of the CWPP. I think that it is important that this issue be addressed appropriately in the CWPP by highlighting the specific risks of wildfire associated with hosting a landfill in Benton County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to provide public comment? Seeing none, is there anyone online that would like to provide public comment? Seeing and hearing none, we will move on to review and approve the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? Hearing none, I will consider that approved. That takes us to our work session. First up, item 4.1, our COVID update from the Department Operations Center with April Holland. Welcome, April.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, Joe. Good morning, everyone. I have our COVID update for today. It's pretty brief. Somehow the holidays are upon us, and with them come the customary seasonal respiratory viruses, including the newest addition to the family, SARS-CoV-2. So I'll start it with COVID-19. COVID is circulating for sure, and it's having some significant impacts, but it's wreaking less havoc compared to some parts of the world right now, thanks to the large proportion of the population with some type of immunity. It does continue to be a devastating illness for many, and it's important that we don't turn a blind eye to doing what we can to limit transmission. The CDC reported case rate for COVID-19 is 123 per 100,000 residents. It's up slightly from 112 from 2 weeks ago. Locally, our testing positivity rate has increased from about a month ago to 5%, 2 weeks ago at 8%, and now it's around 10.8%. And when we see the positivity rate creep up like that to around 10% or higher, it can indicate a lot of transmission and the need for more testing out there to adequately capture transmission out in the community. And we know that COVID cases are incredibly undercounted. Statewide hospitalizations with COVID did reach a peak for now at 370 on November 29th. And while they're still elevated relative to what we were seeing around September and October, they've decreased since then to around 329 yesterday. COVID wastewater signals are flat in most areas of the state. And usually when we see increasing wastewater levels, we can anticipate increased transmission and case rates in the following couple of weeks. So the wastewater signals are flat in most areas of Oregon. So we haven't seen a marked decrease yet, but the curve is showing some signs of flattening. The OHSU COVID forecast predicts a very welcome decline in COVID cases in Oregon over the next couple of months. However, there's always a cost with the surges we experience with COVID, and this one is no exception. We've seen hospitalizations increase as a result of increased cases, and unfortunately, the next lagging indicator is deaths, and the number of COVID-19 deaths are expected to increase across Oregon in the coming weeks. I'm going to move to influenza. You may have seen in national news, or maybe not, that influenza activity is decreasing nationally. While that's great, and we're really happy for most of the country, those of us on the West Coast are right in the thick of it. Last week, an estimated 32.3% of influenza tests were positive, up from about 29% the week before. And this indicates very high flu activity. In terms of overall influenza-like illness complaints, which is not limited to flu, CDC likewise categorizes Oregon as having very high activity. We were so glad to see a few hundred people turn out for flu shots, along with COVID-19 vaccinations, or in addition to COVID-19 vaccinations at last week's vaccination clinics. Vaccines for flu and COVID-19 remain available at pharmacies and provider offices. And as a reminder, an annual flu shot is recommended for everyone 6 months and older. And the vaccine is well matched to the circulating strains this season. So I know recently we've spoken about RSV, which is respiratory syncytial virus. And I just want to give you an update on the hospitalizations relative to RSV. And while they're still high, we're grateful to see that hospital admissions for RSV have begun to decline, and they're projected to continue in that direction for the remainder of this season. Overall, for the hospital capacity in Oregon, however, the capacity continues to be severely strained. Statewide, on the 14th of December, the last data that I have available, the number of available beds in Oregon was 254, which is the lowest number since January 6th of 2022. And the number of people boarding, which is when people are waiting in the emergency department for a bed for admission into the hospital, has remained on average above 300 since the end of November. And I'm sure you're aware, but Governor Brown issued an executive order to give hospitals additional flexibility, first for pediatric hospitalizations on November 14th, and then expanded that to include adults on December 7th, to allow hospitals to staff beds, draw on a pool of medical volunteers, and take other steps to provide care to pediatric and adult hospital patients. We're also passing along information to providers and assessing our whether we have stores of a certain antiviral medication for flu, and passing along other news on medication shortages at this time. And locally, our communicable disease team continues to provide support to long-term care facilities, schools, and others experiencing outbreaks right now. There's a lot of illnesses in schools and workplaces right now, and we're looking forward to the break. We have had a couple of schools start their break early to give a little extra time for transmission to decrease. And our communicable disease team continues to provide infection prevention guidance to help reduce transmission and outbreaks in long-term care facilities, workplaces, and schools, and beyond. As always, I'd like to end with some reminders on how we all can help reduce transmission. Get those COVID boosters and a flu shot if you haven't already. Wash your hands frequently with soap and water. Avoid touching your face. Stay home when you're sick. Cover those coughs and sneezes, please. And please consider masking indoors right now. That's all I have for you today. Happy to take any questions you might have. Thanks.
Thank you, April. Comments or questions?
Yeah, I've got a couple, April. Appreciate the update. Is it accurate on COVID and the flu that if you're immunized, you may get infected, but the the seriousness is reduced compared to unvaccinated people.
Thanks for that question, Commissioner Malone. And yes, for both vaccination for COVID-19 as well as influenza, being vaccinated provides incredible protection against severe illness and death. Flu, the flu vaccine has been around for a very long time, and flu vaccine does a particularly great job of preventing ongoing transmission. So even if someone gets flu, not only will they have most likely a more mild illness, but they'll be much less likely to transmit flu along. And the data bears out and has again and again that being vaccinated and up to date with COVID vaccination reduces severity of illness for the vast majority of folks.
Great, I appreciate that. My other question is on COVID. The trends sound okay. What's in the past, we've gotten early warnings from South Africa or UK, and I was curious. Things seem to have calmed down, and we're keeping with Omicron and slight variations, but no, there seems like there haven't been any big changes for quite a while. Is that accurate?
Thanks also for that question, Commissioner Malone. Yeah, changes, yes, I think there are always changes, but now we're moving into this space where it's Omicron soup. You know, we've got many subvariants coming out, but none of them are really taking the lead and causing new surges in ways that we haven't seen previously. Looking at the case numbers from countries in Europe, we see some increases recently in France, but on the whole, nothing coming out as something new and significant. And you know, as we see a change in COVID policy in China, we will absolutely keep an eye on anything new that comes. But at this point, it's Omicron soup, Omicron stew, all the way.
Oh, thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
Chair Wise, I do have a question. April, thanks for your update this morning. Are you anticipating any position or any changes in OHA's position relative to potentially requiring indoor masking? Is there anything on the horizon relative to either OHA or our own health department going further, other than just providing guidance?
Thanks, Joe, for the question. OHA has taken the approach of recommending masking at this time. We've seen through so many surges in the last almost 3 years that when people choose to put masks on when they're indoors, then we see those transmission trends reverse. So I haven't seen anything beyond a recommendation, and I don't anticipate that we will see that. Barring some new and yet as unforeseen variant coming to bear.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments or questions? Thank you so much, April.
Thank you.
All right. And with that, we can move on to item 4.2, update from Benton County Talks Trash Solid Waste Process Work Group. And we have Darren Nichols with us, Director, and Sam Imperati online.
Good morning, Commissioners and Joe. Thank you for having us again. This is our bi-monthly check-in with you. So thanks for continuing to check in with us. We appreciate that. Before we get started, just make sure that Sam has an opportunity to present. I think he wants to pull up schedule, the project schedule to share with you and kind of make sure that we're staying on track. While he does that, I just want to start, as I always do, or try to always do, by thanking the members of the work group and the Board of Commissioners for your continued leadership on this issue. Solid waste management and disposal is important. It's a critically important part of our community. And we just really appreciate the level of interest and commitment that the work group members have made and are making. Mr. Yeager's in the room. He's just one of a number of subcommittee members and work group members who have put in hours and hours of their time and talents to help us unlock what has happened in the past and also to look forward to what should happen in the future. And I just can't say thank you enough for the time and investment that our community members are making. Sam, are you able to share? And as soon as you are, I'm going to turn it over and let you provide the update to the commission this morning.
Thank you. I want to underscore what Darren had to say. The amount of work work group members have done in the subcommittees is nothing short of Herculean in their tasks. They have taken diverse, copious amounts of material and condensed them, cross-referenced them, analyzed them, and started the process of emerging recommendations. I believe that once completed, that you will see a final product post work group polling that will be an invaluable resource as the county goes forward in the various processes that are anticipated. I'm hoping that you can see the screen. And Derek, can I have a thumbs up if the screen is visible? Thank you, sir. So what is going on as far as key next steps go? Sometime later today, we will be sending out an informal survey to the members, asking them to finish the work they started at the last work group meeting, which is providing their feedback on issues for which they disagree, issues on which they would like to offer amendments, and an opportunity to provide any missing topics that they think the work group should consider, and then a general comment space. When I say supplement, I mean at last Thursday's board meeting, the overwhelming majority of the meeting was spent by work group members and members of the public who are on subcommittees presenting to the work group some of their substantive emerging findings and recommendations. There were facilitated conversations between the subcommittee representatives and the work group surrounding questions for clarification, suggestions for improvement. Because it's an important issue, we're giving the work group members an opportunity to put forward any remaining questions that they may have thought of between last Thursday's meeting and the present. So that'll go out today. It will be sent back in on December 27th. That will be rolled up and sent to the relevant subcommittees for their future consideration. All that happens with a draft, a first very rough draft of the document, which will go out on or about January 4th for the subcommittees to work on, and present a draft 2, if you will, on January 19th, which is the work group's 7th meeting of the series. They will put together comments on the draft. We will incorporate them into the next draft, which we're calling draft 3. And that is the draft upon which SWAC/DSAC and the Planning Commission will give feedback on the report. Their feedback to the work group is due on February 23rd. So they will be meeting between January 19th and the February 10th, or perhaps a little later, depending on when their regular meetings fall. All that then will be reported out to the work group at meeting 8, and further discussions will take place to refine the report. In between all of this, the subcommittees will continue to do their work, dotting i's and crossing t's. On or about February 24th, we'll send out an informal work group polling asking sort of the, what do you really need to see it next? Did we miss anything? Are there any dangling participles or split infinitives and substantive comments that need to be added? We will also do a high-level public survey, which will be publicized to the broader public surrounding the key findings and or recommendations to get that last round of public comment. At the March 26th meeting, the final work group meeting, will do the final polling, and the results, be they consensus and or majority minority opinions, will be reported. And then to make sure every work group member has a full opportunity to pass on his or their comments to you, they can provide member statements to us by March 21st. Those will all be rolled up in appendices in the report and referenced in the executive summary. So you all will be able to read the specific work members' individual comments without editing or a need to get a consensus from anyone else. The final report is scheduled to be delivered to you on March 24th, 2023. And depending on your workload and agenda in March, perhaps a presentation by the work group themselves to you on or about March 28th, 2023. So those are the key steps moving forward. The people are really just putting the pedal to the metal and performing amazingly well. And thank you for the ability to give you the presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Comments or questions? Commissioner.
Thank you, Sam. I appreciate having a better sense of the schedule moving forward, and that you are kind of at the climbing up to the peak of the work, and that maybe even starting to go down the hill the other side. I have a question about schedule. The last couple of lines and where it says member statements due, I'm assuming that those member statements are about kind of minority positions, but how do people know to write those before you've had the final polling? I'm just curious about the dates there.
Yeah, so it is going to be tight, and I realize now that there is probably a typo there that I'm going to have to move around a bit to make sure that it works, because it does need to be after the final polling. And I will rework that to make sure that they know. Although, frankly, given the evolutionary nature and the iterative nature of this, I think they will know where the work group is headed on the major issues. But absolutely, their report won't be due, statement won't be due until after. Thank you for catching that typo.
Thanks for the clarification. And the only other comment is, I know the schedule is incredibly tight, and we're really, it is a marathon, and we've got a ways to go. But that opportunity for informal public survey and input, that window is about a week, and less because it's in February. So that's also very short. We just want to make sure that if it is going to be that short, that we have our communications team well prepared to put out the material and do a big blast so that people know it's available, especially since it's going to be a voluminous amount of material. So whatever kind of high level summaries we have to help people find their way through the report will also be helpful.
Well, that's a great suggestion. And there is going to be a robust executive summary that highlights the key findings and key recommendations. And while I'll be drafting it, we have a subcommittee, the Public Education Outreach Subcommittee, that is designed to be the editors of that executive summary, which will be the key document upon which the public would be polling in all likelihood because of the volume and nature of it. If they can focus their attention on the key findings and recommendations, that would be the most impactful and helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions?
Yeah, Sam, a follow-up on the public polling or survey. You mentioned high level, I guess. Would you elaborate on just how this is going to work and what the mechanics are, I guess?
Sure. While it is a work in progress and subject to discussion with the subcommittees and the work group, my evolving plan is to have each subcommittee identify the key topics upon which they believe it's most important to receive public input on. We would likely use a SurveyMonkey type instrument that uses Likert scales from strongly disagree to strongly agree, and put out the then existing draft finding of fact, which would only be some key facts, and then on each of the recommendations, and give them an opportunity to take the pulse of the public on those. There will always be an open-ended comment box for the members of the public to say whatever they deem is appropriate and necessary to communicate to you. And because it's in SurveyMonkey, we will be able to turn that around relatively quickly, given its features to combine and present data.
And the participation would be voluntary? Is that we'll get some information out, and then whoever wants to respond would take the survey?
That's correct. Again, the public education subcommittee is one of their charges is in fact to work with the county's public information officer and staff of that particular office to get out the word in multiple channels well before this survey is ready to go to the public, to sort of be on the lookout. It's coming. Estimated time of arrival is X. And then when it is posted, the link is posted, a similar public communication initiative or sets of initiatives to go out. And I will, getting back to Commissioner Oshero's comments, I will see if I can find some more days in there for this public survey as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. And real quick, I just wanted to interrupt and invite the people who have just joined us to grab a chair if they would like to grab a chair. I apologize that we did not have enough chairs out, but yeah, there's more chairs over there. Okay, back to the meeting. Any other questions or comments for Sam?
No.
Okay, Darren?
Yeah, thank you very much. The time frame is getting compressed. We're getting down to the tail end, and we are climbing that mountain. In the spirit of full disclosure, this is just the first foothill before the real work begins, which is the Sustainable Materials Management Plan,
Yes.
and frankly, re-engaging the community long term on this issue. So we're not losing sight of the bigger picture. Secondly, I would say, in terms of your comments and your sensitivity about public input, the Solid Waste Advisory Council and the Planning Commission will both get a chance to hear and review this draft and provide comment. And I think there'll be an opportunity for the public who cares, anyone who cares, those will be publicly noticed. There'll be an invitation and opportunity to address those bodies as well. So in a lot of ways, hopefully people who are paying attention to this issue have plenty of advance notice to see the report and recommendations beginning to unfold. responses back from the Planning Commission and the Solid Waste Advisory Council. Should be able to see that kind of unfold in real time and be prepared, hopefully, to respond meaningfully to the draft and the survey.
Commissioners, I did neglect to follow up on one item at your last meeting. You gave approval to pursue a legal consultant to work with the legal subcommittee on those issues. And she presented herself to the work group at last Thursday's meeting, and by consensus vote, they approved her to be the person who will subcontract with me to review the legal issues. So we have, if you will, the proverbial third leg of the stool, while not directly a representative from the neighbors who are opposing the landfill expansion, but from the broader Benton County resident in the broadest sense of the term. So she is starting her work today and will be merged into the schedule. And so thank you for giving that opportunity for the public to have that additional eye on the legal matters.
Thank you, Sam. Any other comments or questions? Anything else from you, Darren?
No, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Darren. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
And with that, we can move on to item 4.3, CFM Advocates Federal Team Overview. And we have with us Rick Prager, Financial Services, and I believe Michael Skipper with CFM Advocate. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. Great to see you. Happy Tuesday. I'm delighted to be here today with Michael. I think you all had the pleasure to meet our new contract advocates who, as you recall, we had done an RFP for both federal and state assistance. We were able to get the state piece put in place a little early just because of the rush in putting that together. So again, I know that you had met that team during the goal setting time back in November. We also talked about how we really wanted to think about going forward with a federal agenda and really push towards our congressional members. And as such, we were able to initiate the other part of the team of CFM advocates that have a pretty robust federal team. And I wanted to take the opportunity to have Michael, who has been great to work with and get to know, and provide sort of the overview of what they are able to offer through their federal side. So with that, I think I'll just kind of kick it over to Michael and Erica. I know we have a presentation, if it's possible to pull that up. Yes, it's part of the pack. I think it's page 13 of the packet.
Good morning, Commissioners. While that's coming up, I can get started. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present today. First off, I also want to say thank you for trusting me and CFM to represent your interests in Washington, D.C. We're really thrilled with the opportunity and excited to bring some wins home to Benton County real soon. Speaking of wins, this is a very opportune time to be engaging at the federal level between the bipartisan infrastructure law last year, the Inflation Reduction Act this year, and the return of congressionally directed spending, also known as earmarks. There is just an unprecedented amount of opportunity for communities like Benton County to directly access federal funding. And we are going to work with you and your team to make sure you're best positioned for success to take advantage of some of those opportunities. I'm going to try and make this presentation pretty brief, something I won't always do in the future, in the interest of everybody's time. So feel free to jump in if you have any questions, but happy to answer any questions you have at the end as well. So is the presentation coming up? Okay. Okay. So the primary purpose of this presentation is really we just began working together this month. So to introduce myself, our firm, tell you a little bit more about who we are, what we do, and the scope of services we're going to be providing to Benton County.
Michael, I just want to interject for the board. Board, you can see this presentation on page 13. Yeah.
So CFM, as you may know, is a public affairs firm based in Portland. Our two primary business lines are state lobbying down in Salem and federal lobbying in Washington, D.C. As such, we have offices in Portland, Salem, and also Vancouver, Washington, and obviously Washington, DC, where I'm headquartered. Federal lobbying has been a constant component of our firm since it was founded in 1990. We've developed a particular expertise in helping municipal governments in the Pacific Northwest navigate the federal process, advocate for and against legislation, and secure federal funding for critical local priorities. In addition to municipalities, we also represent a number of transit agencies, nonprofits, water districts, ports, also exporters, and as well as a nationwide coalition of bus manufacturers. So we had developed a lot of expertise, particularly not just the municipal space, but the infrastructure, especially transportation, water, sewer. Our team is very well versed in all of that. Oh, great.
Yeah, clicker is just your right.
Oh.
There, and you want to play it first, this computer.
Nope. There is only 2 slides left, so. Yeah. Yeah, 2 more. We're just on the team members. There we are. So we have, well, I'm the only one here. We have a deep bench at your disposal, but since I'm here, I'll talk about me first. So one reason I'm particularly thrilled to be working for Benton County is I'm a Beaver. I grew up about an hour north of here in Carlton and graduated from Oregon State University. And after that, I kind of bounced around in Oregon politics for a few years, working different candidate and ballot measure campaigns throughout Oregon before ultimately landing at CFM as a part of their state lobby practice down in Salem. So I worked for 3 legislative sessions representing a range of private, nonprofit, transit interests in Salem before 7 years ago moving out to DC to join CFM's federal affairs practice, where I lead a lot of our work with municipal clients on this side of the Cascades in Oregon and Washington. The other folks joining me in DC is Joel Rubin. He is our federal affairs partner and co-owner of the firm with Dale Penn, our state affairs partner. We also have Kirby Garrett, who came to us about 6 years ago from former Congressman Greg Walden's office. The other 3 folks you see there, Paige, Katie, and David, they're actually based in our Vancouver, Washington office, which is a really great resource we found for our clients in Oregon and Washington. Joel, Kirby, and I are out here as much as we can, usually every 2 or 3 months. But if something comes up where you need one of us on the ground, be it a tour, a meeting with a member of Congress or their staff, David, Paige, or Katie can fill in for us, and they all have a breadth of experience working with members and for members of the Oregon and Washington congressional delegations. Slide. So in terms of our scope of services, there's really 2 avenues which Benton County has direct access to federal funding. That's grants and appropriations, but I'll refer to them as earmarks. Even most people in DC don't like to call them earmarks anymore because they've been restored kind of under a more transparent process. That's actually gained a lot of bipartisan support. I'm not sure if you saw a few weeks ago, the House Republican caucus actually by a 2/3 majority voted to keep the practice moving into the next Congress. So it's something both parties are working pretty well together on, and it affords them an opportunity to direct more funding to their communities instead of just leaving it all to the administration, to whoever's in office. But our comprehensive grant and earmark services is something we at CFM are really proud of, and I think Benton County will really make good use of. We work with you from beginning to end, starting with what I'm doing this afternoon, meeting with department heads to kind of brainstorm ideas and projects, and then marrying those projects with different grant and earmark funding streams that will become kind of a targeted list of projects and priorities for 2023 that will serve as your federal agenda. It doesn't really, like I said, we work with you from beginning to end, and that includes, we try to take as much of the work off you and your staff as possible. So we write the bulk of almost every grant and earmark application working with your team. We just try and get as much information from them, and then we create a grant proposal, send it off to them for edits, go back and forth. We upload everything into grants.gov or the required congressional forms, and we get everything ready for your team just to press submit. That's something the clients have found really helpful to take some of the burden off them. But it doesn't stop there. Our comprehensive services also include an advocacy component. With almost every grant program, and especially particularly earmarks as well, there is a political component to these things that can be influenced. So after the grant or earmark project is submitted, even before we start our advocacy process, organizing meetings with you, with federal agencies, and directly with your members of Congress, meeting with them ourselves back in DC, securing support from your members of Congress, and coordinating with them for grants on additional outreach to federal agencies to help pull your projects across the finish line. This process is something we're really proud of, and it's been really successful for our clients. In just the past 3 years, we've secured over $145 million for our public and nonprofit clients in Oregon and Washington. And in fiscal year 2022 alone, the first year earmarked for Restored, working with our clients, we secured 27 earmarks totaling more than $64 million. So that's just with our municipal and nonprofit clients in the Pacific Northwest. So we're eager to bring that service to you as well, and so that you can share in some of that success. In addition to the grant and earmarks, we also work closely with NACO, and we will identify legislative opportunities for Benton County to advocate for or against. We will coordinate with our state team on funding requests and strategy, as well as any other regional partners that might help bolster your requests to federal agencies. Relationship building is something we're very helpful with as well. We will organize meetings with members of Congress and their staff out here, as well as in DC, to help you build upon, I'm sure, your already strong relationships, but also agency officials with jurisdiction over the issues you're going after. When you're in DC, we'll arrange meetings with Department of Transportation, EPA, whichever agency you have projects under. Will make sure you get in front of them, because you're oftentimes the best advocate for your priorities. You know them well, you know the benefits they'll provide to the community. And then in general, we can help you along the way with creative problem solving. It's certainly not uncommon to run across red tape with the federal government, and we can help you through that process. And then strategic communications and positioning, we provide, going through the advocacy process, we obviously provide you with suggested talking points, communication materials, printed materials that we can hand out in meetings. So those are kind of in general scope of services. They're not limited to that. Other things will come up, but that's what we do most for most of our municipal clients. And I think with that, that's about all I have. Again, I appreciate you all allowing me to speak today. It's great to finally meet you in person, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Questions?
A couple things, Michael. As we speak, the Congress is working on a budget that started 2.5 months ago.
Yep.
And there's two, my understanding, there's two paths. There's the continuing resolution, which means no changes, just go forward with whatever was in place, versus the omnibus approach, where I think Oregon has some congressionally directed spending opportunities. Any indication which path is likely to win out?
Yes, so they released the omnibus bill late last night, I believe about 2 a.m. Eastern. So that is a very good sign. They don't necessarily release the bill. Well, there's so 2 weeks ago there was a threat from the Democratic appropriators that they were going to release the bill because Republicans, in their view, weren't negotiating. Then they pulled back on that threat. They didn't release the bill when they said they would, because negotiations had picked up. Last night they released an omnibus that has buy-in, I think, from enough Republicans to pass. So we're expecting the omnibus bill to be passed by Thursday or Friday, barring any snags, but we don't expect any snags at this point. So this is it was up in the air the past month or so, which way it would go, but it's looking good that it'll be signed by this Friday.
Great. And my other comment is, I think it's likely all three of us will be in DC early February, and just giving you warning, we're coming. And just wanting to get your help. I think there's a modest amount of time to see electeds or get some kind of tour and hopefully see you in action.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I'll be working with Rick and your team over the next month to kind of craft your federal agenda that we'll use in DC. So by the end of January, we'll have that finalized. You'll have a chance to review it. And then, yes, we'll organize as much time as you have. If it's a whole day, we'll organize a whole day of meetings with your congressional delegation with relevant federal agencies. We'll provide you communication materials, talking points. Yeah, we're looking forward to it. It's great to hear.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions?
I've been on the fence about attending the NACO meeting. I've done it for several years, and it has been useful. We haven't had a countywide clear agenda,
Right.
But it just been focused on relationship building. But I think I would still be interested in going if there were a really clear agenda that I could be useful for. Otherwise, I'm happy to go other times and not necessarily during that NACO frenzy, because it is a frenzy.
Yeah. Yeah, I will say, and this is something we can talk about later, if it is possible to extend your visit by a day on the back end or come a little bit earlier. It is a frenzy during NACO week, and you just have a better opportunity to meet with members directly if you're not trying to meet the days of NACO. But we can make it work either way. But that's something we can talk about later. But yes, we'll have a series of meetings that I think you might find interesting. And if you're willing to go, I think it'd be good.
Thank you. And County Administrator, I think I saw your hand.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just wanted to highlight Michael and his team. Commissioners, as you know, when we started down this journey, we were really focused on the state advocacy. And as we got to know CFM better and understood their capacity, and what I think really sets them apart, which is the grant component, which is where we can really use some additional capacity and help. I think that's kind of what pushed Rick and I over the hump to say we really need to advance using CFM for federal advocacy as well. As Michael mentioned, we are meeting with key department directors late this afternoon to introduce them to Michael and to have a dialogue about what projects our departments feel that they would like to put forward for consideration. So I just want to highlight that I think we've got a great firm with CFM. Look forward to our relationship and more importantly, look forward to millions of dollars.
We're going to do our best.
Other comments, questions? Please.
Commissioner, if I might just to add on, first of all, and I 100% agree with Joe, that it was exciting meeting CFM, and I think when I met the whole team, wonderful, but the federal side really is different than what I had seen in past relationships that I had worked on, and I really do believe that the grant writing piece is going to be huge. I mean, one of the observations here is obviously we have a lot going on and not a lot of capacity in being able to do it. And that is a bit of an art in terms of writing good, effective grant applications. I think the other thing I want to point out, and Joe and I have talked about this, it's going to be imperative though on our directors for each department. And again, like Joe said, we're meeting with each of those, but federal money, as we know, is sometimes a challenge in terms of the use of, but
yeah,
it can be well worth it. And this is a resource that we have here. We're going to need leadership from our directors to really tap into that. They, again, some of the capacity taken, they don't have to deal with as much, but they still need to be a subject matter expert and work with Michael and the team. So that's going to be really important to our success going forward. So excited about it, and just really delighted that Michael was able to get here today and meet with you all and meet with the department heads later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful afternoon.
Appreciate it.
All right. With that, we are actually going to take a quick 5-minute break and we will come back at 10 a.m.
Yes.
All right, we are back from our break. And we are to item 4.4, Community Wildfire Protection Plan, final draft. And we have with us everyone, handling like sardines. Jared Nichols, we have Michael and Leo, and we have Chelsea Chitka, and Riley. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. We also have Inga Williams on the line. Inga's going to present remotely. She's not feeling 100%, so I appreciate her helping to keep us all safe during this season of viral transmission. Before we get started, first of all, thank you very much for having us this morning. It's good to be here finally, and it's really great to have our colleagues with us. Would like to make sure that Inga is the presenter because I think she has some slides that she and Chelsea and Brian will speak from. And as soon as I just share my thankfulness this morning, I'm going to step away and let the sardines expand their wings a bit. So it's very good for us to be here in front of the board this morning. This is a project that's taken a while to get to, but I think it's better because of the process, because of the fits and starts, not the least of which was an interruption from the state of Oregon while it put forward about our risk map. And then, as you know, pulled that back to work on it some more, but this is very much a team effort between local and state and federal partners. And it's really good to have you here today to kind of fly the flag together as a team. And we're very much looking for feedback from the board and from the community as we continue to improve our wildfire preparedness. So with those remarks, I'm going to turn it over to Inga, who is going to start the presentation. And she'll turn it over to Chelsea and Brian at key moments. Okay, thanks.
Okay, can you unmute?
Unmute. Okay.
Perfect.
I will try my best. I'm not wait. Get it doing this from my laptop at home. Okay, well, I can't see you all, so I can see as my slideshow. Good morning, and thank you for having us for this work session. We are hopefully at the end of the road, very close to the end of the road on this draft document. And this presentation, so I will show you what the schedule is for the approval of the document, go back into a little bit on the project background. Review chapter 4, which is we call the heart of the document because that is where the goals, objectives, policies, and the projects are listed. And then a small discussion, short discussion on the local risk mapping, and go into some next steps. So participation, just a brief overview of the participation that has taken place on this project. And this is basically the time frame. We started it 2 years ago. It's amazing to think about it, but it's been 2 years. It's been almost. Excuse me. Almost. Actually to the month. So we started in December 2020 with creating a steering committee, and then 2021 with putting together a technical advisory committee and a community advisory committee. And then we had meetings all through 2021. We had meetings, review of the existing documents, and then review of the draft documents that came out. And then we extended those documents out to the public, did some surveys, actually got about 120 responses to the surveys, which was very good. And those surveys are in the graph form, and the responses, the written responses to some open-ended questions are in Appendix F, I believe, of this document. And then, so we also did 2 updates to the board during this. So it was June 2021 and May of this year, we updated the board. And then we put this document on hold when the risk map came out, or waiting for the risk map to come out. And then when the risk map, the state risk map came out, it was pulled back. So we had put it on hold, waiting for the risk map, and then which should actually come back out again next March, is what they're saying. And I started the revision again in November to finish incorporating comments and the new information that came out from the state, the definition of the WUI and that information. So the schedule is today, today's work session with the board. We had a meeting with the Fire Defense Board on December 8th, went over the draft very briefly, mostly went over the projects that were listed and asked the Fire Defense Board to provide us with more projects if they wish, do a final review of the draft. So we're still taking comments on suggested changes, tweaks to the document up until the end of this month. We did receive some comments from Rich Sosa, and we're hoping we'll get a few more projects, especially from those folks in our more rural areas of the county. So next step is to send this simultaneously. Well, I guess it's not simultaneously because the FDB only meets once a month, but we'll send it to the Oregon Department of Forestry for their review, and then take it back to the Fire Defense Board in January for their meeting for their approval. Michael Curran has said that he would be able to provide his review during January as well. So we would be able to bring this back to the Board of County Commissioners in February for your approval. So briefly, what is the history of why the CWPP and why do we have it? So the creation of a community wildfire protection plan came out of the Healthy Forest Restoration Act, which was created by the federal government in 2002. And CWPPs are a voluntary document, same as the Natural Hazard Mitigation Plan. And both of these plans really, I think, were originally based around grant funding opportunities. If you had these documents, then you were able to get grants. And now they have changed. They've evolved into, both of them have evolved into more trying to be more reactive to the community and more supportive of the community, and which is an excellent idea to be more useful. So that was the Healthy Forest Restoration Act was in 2002, and the county adopted their first CWPP in 2006. And then and the Federal Lands Assistant Management and Enhancement Act, the FLAME Act, was adopted in 2009 and was finalized in 2014. So the Federal Lands Assistant Management Act was basically changing the fire management from a fire wise and fire suppression to a fire adapted community, which is where I mean, everyone is moving their CWPPs towards the fire adapted communities venue. And we have also done that. You'll see in the visions and the mission later on that we have moved towards that as well. So the second update that we did was in 2016, and I believe it did incorporate some of the FLAME Act, but it really was just in its infancy at that time. So not too much was added in. And you think about it, it's only been 20 years since the Healthy Forest Restoration Act came into play, and that's really not a very long time. So these things are still evolving, and there's still plenty of time to get this right. So with the original adoptions, the we have met the minimum criteria in our plan, which is that we've created the document collaboratively. We've identified and prioritized areas for fuel reduction treatments, and we've placed recommendations in there for homeowners that homeowners and communities can take. So we've met the minimum criteria of what the CWPP needs, and I hope that we've also gone beyond those minimum criterias. And we'll continue to in the next couple of years. This is a living document, so we hope to keep making changes as necessary. So the heart of the plan is Chapter 4, and this is our vision and our mission. For the county's population to be wildfire aware and prepared for fire emergencies, and for all properties to be adapted to local wildfire risk. So this places the onus on everyone to be aware and prepared, not just the government, but also the community members to they have to also do their fair share of being prepared for wildfire. And then the mission is to be cooperative and collaborative, provide education, keep the communication lines open, implement the responsibilities, both government and the community members, and do pre-fire mitigation as allowed. And then we have goals, objectives, policies, and strategies table in Chapter 4, and all of those projects will continually move us towards fulfillment of this vision and this mission, implement the mission. So goals, objectives, strategies, and actions. I've sent you all out a document showing the changes that were made to that table since you saw it in May. And I was going to bring that table up, but I won't now. So I included requested changes from Commissioner Ojero and from Kayla Bordelin, who's the regional fire specialist for the Willamette Valley. She works for OSU, sorry, Willamette Valley and North Cascades. She provided a quick review about a month and a half ago to the document, so that was very helpful to me. In the goal 1, we added reduce smoke caused hazards, and then also provided supporting policies and strategies for that addition to the goal, which wasn't in there before, but is now, obviously, with the smoke from the fires that we've received before, is a priority issue. And then added one reference to giving socially vulnerable populations some access to the chipping service that we provide, and not just Firewise communities. And under the improve evacuation routes, we added a strategy to review the city and the county codes for ingress and egress to new developments, and also added this as a new policy under goal 3. So this is going beyond just reviewing the code based on the state rules that should be coming out through the Department of Land, DLCD. And because I'll use the acronym because I can never remember the full name of it. So DLCD will be basing their new rules and regulations on what the state comes out for high risk and high risk areas. based on the risk map. So what I've added new into the goals into the table is that we will review our codes for our area based on what we need and not based on what the state not based on what the state comes out with, which is really, since we were having such issues with evacuation, it's really based around the evacuation routes from new, it would be from new subdivisions. So we've identified 5 higher priority strategies in the document. One is to disseminate information about fire resistant construction and adaptations, and that we will be doing through our departments, building departments, and online. And from what I've read, the fire resistant costs are equal to traditional materials. So there's really no increase in cost in using fire resistant materials. And then we have 2 based on evacuation. So one is to do the evacuation assessment countywide, and that we will actually, obviously need to find funding for. And then one is to evaluate critical transportation routes. So those are connected policies, and A will have to be done by a consultant. B, we can probably mostly do through the Public Works Department and a review with GIS. And then do some seasonal outreach, which is education. And then again, track the mandatory code updates. I would actually probably include in this the mandatory and proactive code updates, that we would possibly do in our code. Next, Chelsea will talk about the projects for consideration.
Good morning. It's nice to be in front of you all for the first time after meeting you at the orientation. Thank you. So I had the pleasure of stepping into this project with Inga and got focused on the projects themselves that were identified over the years on all of the different updates. And I think it's good to note that the projects in the table are continually changing. They are based on fire agency and also SPA, which is the strategic planning area. And they were created in the 2009 plan process. The committee at that time chose to draw SPA boundaries based on geographic and planning boundaries rather than county maintenance areas. So just to identify that. In 2009, there were 22 projects that ranged from evacuation routes to wildfire education for youth. In 2016, the 2009 plan action items and projects carried over, whether they were revisited, combined, or ongoing. And there were 11 action items that came from that 2016 plan, and 27 projects listed throughout all the SPAs, of which there are 5. This year, so our 2023 update has a total of 94 projects up for consideration across the SPAs, plus 13 resource capability and infrastructure enhancement projects listed for the fire agencies themselves, including equipment, supplies, and staffing. So good to note that things have changed drastically. Can you move forward, Inga, please? All right, so countywide, these are just quick summaries of the SPAs themselves. Across all of the SPAs, projects that apply to all of them. There are 22 that range from capability and infrastructure enhancements, fire prevention education and MIT, and safety and policy. An example to provide is private bridge signage. So one of the projects is listed to make sure that we've identified private bridges, identified rates, signage, structures, things that need to be done. For SPA 1, it's the urban area, there are 21 projects within that area. One of the examples is the Bessie Coleman Elementary School. People would like to see fuel reduction to increase defensible space around the school. Another one is the Ponderosa Ridge area. They're looking for connectivity, so more for access improvements for that. The next area we have is the farm area. Only 3 updates in this area, mostly access improvement, fire prevention, and safety. One of the examples is Airport Avenue. So the project is to improve structural defensible space, improve access road connectivity from airport to Greasy Creek. So a nice detail to have added into that project. The next one, the Northern Forest area, there are 31 projects listed for that space, quite a bit. One of the examples is the Wren Community Hall. So people want to see fuel reduction around that space, including driveway expansion to accommodate evacuees and emergency response, and also for fire suppression equipment to be able to stage there. Next, we have the Western Forest area. 11 projects in that space. An example again is more of the fuel reduction along the Foster Road, which is quite lengthy, but still. And then last of our areas is the Coastal Range. So that's Alsea, mainly Alsea. 6 projects in that space. One of them, and just example, is widened access road at Cecil Lane. Roadside fuels treatment, installing additional turnouts and or turnarounds. Throughout my time looking at all the different projects over the years that have come from the different updates and seeing how they were listed and described, we definitely have some future update considerations for all of the projects. There are more than this. I have a whole page full of lists. I just wanted to summarize them for you here. So projects list multiple components. The example is improving structural defensible space, installing additional turnouts. Those are both items that are listed in multiple projects from multiple areas. So it makes it difficult to figure out when a project is complete and to identify the details for that project. Projects are not extensively vetted at this point or prioritized to the fire agencies or the steering committee. In 2009, that was done with those minimal number of projects with using around 12 to 15 different categories. So that is something that still needs to be done for this update. And we are looking at a couple different ways of taking that input in, both from the public and the steering committee themselves. I'd like to create a web-based application tool to get that information and both keep the document live. So as we move forward throughout the year, if people identify areas of concern, they can start adding those to the document and as we move forward. And then GIS mapping of the projects for transparency. We would love to work with the GIS group at the county level and identify areas so people can see what the active projects are, what's on hold and why. And I think it's important to note that a lot of these are going to take a lot of funding. So the beautiful thing about this plan and all the projects that are listed once they're prioritized is that allows us to go ahead and move forward on grant funding and applications. So it's pretty awesome. It's a cool thing. And that's the end of mine. Now it's on to Brian.
All right, good morning, everyone. A couple things on the risk map, and then I'll actually turn it over to ODF. I just wanted to acknowledge again Inga's and Chelsea's hard work on this, but Inga's really put in a lot of time just trying to get this project wrangled. There's a lot of moving parts. And then to highlight the purpose again, without repeating anything Inga shared, and this is related to the grant dollars specifically. This plan is required in many ways to access a lot of the wildfire specific mitigation grants. This is considered an annex or a sub plan to the natural hazard mitigation plan, which covers all hazards. And this one specifically because of the Healthy Forest Restoration Act and some of the other directives at the federal level, this became a separate, basically pot of money or something that's accessible to local jurisdictions. So that's sort of why we actually have to write it. And what they're finding is, and you've heard me plug this before, but for mitigation projects, they've sort of taken the backseat for a lot of folks, but they're finding it's about for every dollar spent in mitigation saves over $6 in response. That number is actually increasing due to the nature of response and severity of response. So FEMA, as well as other aspects of the federal government, are creating a lot more grant programs to fund mitigation projects. Some of those that we've seen are the Community Wildfire Defense Grant at federal level and the state level as well, with the Community Wildfire Risk Reduction Grant. There's also hazard mitigation grants called the BRIC grant, Building Resilient Infrastructures, as well as the hazard mitigation grant program itself. So there's actually a lot of grant funding available right now. It's hard to say how long those grant funds will consistently be available moving forward 5, 10, 15, 20 years in the future, but it is available currently for us to access and knock out some of these projects. Last thing there, the plan itself, and this is really just to highlight, the CWPP itself is not an evacuation plan. It's not a response plan. It is really focused on mitigation. So it has a lot of the technical aspects of our forest landscape and our different fire districts and strategic planning areas, but it is not a response plan. So I just want to highlight that very clearly. In each department, each district, each organization has their own response plans that are, again, a different aspect of planning and more coordinated. So on the risk map, we get a lot of interest in the local risk map, like a GIS map to the tax lot level. And in many ways, there's a lot of value there. However, quite frankly, with the staff time involved to develop such a map, and the fact that the state is actually utilizing OSU and some of the other science available to redo the map, my best input there is that we not pursue a local risk map for several reasons. The one is really truly staff time. And then what we would call the unintended consequences of developing such a map. If federal grants and state grants are always going to be tied to the ODF maps, then those are the ones we really need to reference and lean on. Additionally, some of that staff time could be used for a lot of those other priority projects that Inga listed. And the other side of that unintended consequence are possible insurance policy impacts or tax lot to tax lot, neighbor to neighbor type impacts where someone's lot is labeled high risk and someone else's is labeled as low risk. And then insurance companies could also then maybe not want to insure different homeowners or different areas, and it could impact things, which is not the intention of it. Whereas we're trying to look at it holistically as where can we target our efforts to do more strategic outreach with Firewise or fire adapted communities and defensible space, et cetera. So when it comes to that local risk map, broadly speaking, we would rather focus a lot of our energy on developing those other plans and other projects and really getting into those details and pursuing the grants and education campaigns more so than the local risk map, and lean on our state partners to produce the maps and then use that as best we can. We know for a fact that there'll be some community members who have questions or challenges to the ODF map, and they will have some processes for folks to challenge that and look into it. However, nonetheless, that's still what we're gonna have to use for our grant applications. And our grant applications are targeted at the district or county level, and they're not as targeted at the individual tax lot level. With that, I'll turn it over to our ODF partners here.
Yeah, sure. Brian, you nailed it on the head there. I think a lot of our concern with this localized risk map came from just generating confusion between what folks within the community are supposed to use to assess their wildfire risk level. So we're in support of what Brian's proposed here, is to move away from a localized risk map and utilize what the state is generating. Again, less confusion when it comes to grant applications. And then locally lean more heavily on these strategic planning areas and building more of a priority project list within each of those areas, I think achieves the same goal in that we can locally identify relative fire risk while still sort of building a continued project list and making sure that those priorities are set appropriately for each strategic planning area.
And I just have one request. Can you, gentlemen, please introduce yourselves for the
Oh,
record and
of
for
course.
anyone else watching online?
Yeah, sorry. I'm Leo Williamson, Protection Unit Forester with the Oregon Department of Forestry in Philomath.
Yep, and I'm Michael Curran. I'm the district forester for ODF's West Oregon District. And just to tag on to what Leo said too, I think it's important to understand just with the confusion piece. And our concern there is, with the statewide fire risk map, OSFM and DLCD, which Inga referenced, they're going to have rules. They're going to be enforced on high and extreme category tax lots that are tied to the statewide fire risk map. And if the statewide fire risk map has something at moderate or lower, and then the county has a separate one at higher extreme, there's definitely going to be confusion with the public there, especially when it comes to enforcement that other state agencies are going to have. So that's a big piece to understand as well. And then I think it's also important just for everyone to understand too is since the first plan has been in place since 2006, I believe Inga said, we've been very fortunate to get a lot of grants locally tied to the CWPP, how it's been. And I think with the improvements that everyone's talking about here, I think it's going to even bolster our chances more moving forward into the future. So it's really important to understand that, how things have been working. It's actually we've been pretty successful in getting grant opportunities for fuels reduction and defensible space improvements around the county thus far, so.
All right, comments and questions?
Sure. I wanted to thank you all for the work. It's taken a couple of years and a lot of stops and starts. And I think everyone's learned along the way about how best to do this. I really appreciate the fact that we're looking now both at the Natural Hazards Mitigation Plan and the CWPP, partly as really broad and deep community engagement efforts and bottom up as well as top down, in order to get to those project lists and understand the risks across the community. Because only if we engage all of the other landowners and all of the partners will we actually be able to make a difference across our landscapes. And then it's really important to do that prioritization at that landscape and area scale as well. And I know that it's hard to do all of that. It's just, working at so many different scales at the same time. I also want to say that I really appreciate the changes in the project list and the inclusion of status of why projects were dropped or what happened to them, because I think it's really easy to lose track and to do things over again just because we didn't realize they were done or why something was dropped previously. I'm a little bit confused though. Two different things, we've got the actions that are priorities and then the project list itself, and about the intersection between the project list and the actions, and do each of these projects fall under one of those actions? I just, it's a little bit, the connectivity isn't as clear to me as it might be. The other is that there are in that project list a handful that are called out as high and medium priority. They don't necessarily sync up with the priority actions that Inga listed. So I'm just struggling a little bit to still understand what we're viewing as high priority from both that action standpoint and the project standpoint. One of the projects that was, it's high in the project list, but wasn't mentioned in that overview of the areas, was addressing the Greenberry Gap. And, we know that is something that statutorily we're going to have to address, and that it's got Board of Commissioners next to the action on that one. So I'm particularly interested in understanding how we're going to move forward in that area. So those are broad general comments. And I also want to say that I concur with the public comment we received this morning from Mark Yeager that it's not a forest related risk, but the presence of the landfill in that I guess it's I can't remember which area, it's in the northern area, is a risk. And it's one that we should mention, that's the fact that it does present extra risk because of the flammability of the methane and because of the nature of all of those truck trips in and out in a very concentrated area. And during dry season, that could present significant ignition risk if something were to go wrong with one of those mini garbage trucks that goes through. So I think it's worth mentioning because it distinguishes that particular area from any of the others around the county for sure.
A couple things. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't cut you off prematurely. Nope. Okay, good. Other comments or questions?
Yeah. Excuse me. I appreciate all the effort that's gone into this project, and thank you, Inga, for your persistence. And I guess my main area of concern is about the project list and fairly extensive, and how to, I guess, further prioritize the list so that we can start checking some of these off, and because it is a daunting list, and there's nothing wrong with listing potential projects, but I think what's critical is to identify the higher priority ones and figure out where funding opportunities lie so that we can advance projects and one that we have on the books is the Oak Creek evacuation route, and I'm just always amazed how long what seemed like fairly simple ideas, how long it takes to execute. So with that comment, and I appreciate that this is an ongoing effort, and there may be projects added and maybe subtracted just due to reality, but looking forward to a tighter list and say we've got to do this one for these 5 as soon as we can. And I also am very living in a rural area, very supportive of mitigation efforts and the planning that goes with that. I appreciate the communities like Wren and the Oak Creek folks organizing themselves to do what they can and on their own and figure out where help is available. But looking forward to more discussion on the priority list.
I don't know if you had a response or
I do actually. So on one thing on the prioritization and something we're looking at in our next steps and moving forward, the rural, particularly the rural fire districts are struggling with volunteerism and therefore struggling with time. So one thing we are seeing regularly is they're more than willing to contribute to these discussions when they can, but they are so strapped for time. So it makes some of the prioritization challenging. And we get mixed levels of involvement from community members. Some areas are, I would arguably say, overrepresented, and some of our more rural, possibly marginalized areas are very much underrepresented, despite outreach and targeted communication. So I think that is one area where we are really looking when we talk, checking out those SPAs again and really diving into priorities, because some of these projects are fantastic, even if we say high priority. But when we start looking at grant funds, we really want to get to the point where we can open up a grant and say there's $100,000 available to us without too much discussion and dialogue. We can say our plan says these are the top priorities. Are those about this dollar amount? And start going down that list. That's what we really hope to get to. The other, of course, challenge there is truly staff time and then project time. So the project windows to do, say, brush mitigation, some of these other projects, is sort of a narrow window, I guess, throughout the year. And then, of course, the staff time dedicated to not only coordinate those projects, but then coordinate any contracts or any pieces that then have to get executed to do the projects. So that's what we're seeing and running into in terms of the practicality of not only in the CWPP, but also in the natural hazard mitigation plan. But talking through and looking at these project lists for hours and hours and hours, we definitely are going to move that direction. And I know Inga has expressed that as well. So right now, our biggest effort is forming those relationships as close as possible with those different fire districts in the Benton County Fire Defense Board, and really asking them to help us determine those high priorities.
I do think that the idea of hiring a consultant to do that, thank you, John. I do think it's a really good idea to think about hiring a consultant to do the countywide egress ingress evacuation assessment. I think that will help a lot because it's very difficult just on the face of it to try and put together that analysis, and it will take a lot of time. And I think that'll help a lot because in my version of the spreadsheet, I color coded all of the ones that say improve access road connectivity, and there aren't many. So that will help shorten the list and prioritize, I think, just getting that chunk of work done. In that vein, though, one of the things that that's buried in the document and that I hear from the rural fire districts is that one of the big challenges is those landowner bridges that aren't rated, and the lack of knowledge about whether they can handle fire equipment. And is it possible with some of these grant funds to consider something like putting together a fund to help landowners get the ratings for their bridges? Again, some of them we know would pass, but they just don't have the $4,000 or whatever it takes to do that. I mean, is that kind of the kind of thing that we can do to help landowners help themselves and help everyone else along the way?
So I won't answer for some of ODF's grants, but I know some grants that are out there would allow that. We wouldn't be able to do any of the improvements on the bridge necessarily, but just to get a rating to then identify, tag, make sure the fire districts and ODF knows, that is one of the eligible components as well. So then it just goes back to that prioritization of what we would like to accomplish, and then truly identifying all the bridges. I know a lot of fire districts are aware of what bridges are out there, but it's highly variable. But yes, there are some grants that would allow for activities like that.
Yeah, and I think it's important to understand too, with the passage of Senate Bill 762 this current biennium, there's definitely a lot more state grant programs available now that we have not historically had. I think time will tell if those continue moving forward, especially with the upcoming legislative session, to see if 762 continues to move forward with the same programs. And if it does, I think just moving forward, yes, I think there are a lot of projects in the current CWPP, but I think if 762 in particular keeps moving forward, I think there's going to be more opportunity for grant opportunities, which I think will be important. So.
If I could add to, just to kind of piggyback on some of Brian's comments about capacity and prioritizing here locally. I think one positive piece of information to share too from ODS perspective is I was able to hire a new community wildfire forester for Benton County. So that is going to be, I think, highly beneficial in adding capacity in terms of tracking down new grant funding opportunities for the county, helping prioritize and add to that projects list, consolidating what's there, and then just being more of a dedicated conduit between emergency management, ODF, other partners within the county. So I didn't want to share that. They're starting around the first of the year.
Very good. I wanted to piggyback.
What's their name?
His name is Jake Rule. He's been an employee with us on the district for a few years now. And he's got some great experience in firefighting as well as technical forestry knowledge and fuels reduction.
We can try to get an email out to county staff once we get back, and just so everyone's tracking who that is.
Thank you. I wanted to piggyback off of one thing that Commissioner Ojro said earlier about the landfill. I'm just wondering if our staff has any comments or feedback regarding the concern around the landfill.
Yeah,
Sure.
actually, I do. So this came up during the review of the conditional use permit for the landfill expansion, and there's a section in that says one of the criteria is will not significantly increase fire hazard or significantly increase the fire suppression costs or significantly increase risks to fire suppression personnel. And Chief Harris, the fire chief for Adair, said that I'll just read his statement. After talking with the officers in our department, we do not feel there would be any additional fire hazards, increased suppression costs, or risks to fire suppression personnel. The way in which the Republic processes the debris at the landfill minimizes the potential for fire to the current dumping location. When they start dumping at a new location within the landfill, the debris at the old location is contained and coverable. If something catastrophic was to happen, we would have to call for help from our local mutual aid partners, but this is no different than if the same catastrophe was to happen today.
Thank you.
So I was basing not putting specifically an issue about the landfill based on that statement. I would not include it in the CWPP.
Thank you, Inga.
And I'll say on the specifically related to the landfill and the intent of the CWPP as well as our natural hazard mitigation plan. This is actually one of those areas that we're seeing a lot of crossover with all kinds of hazards. Is where does the natural hazard piece of this component meet the human caused or human component? And the landfill falls into kind of that both category where it's certainly human caused issues as well as pseudo natural caused issues as well, especially if a wildfire started on the edge of that and burned in. So it's definitely an ongoing discussion. The same thing goes for some of our other critical infrastructure that can be damaged and causes other impacts as well. So maybe damage by a natural hazard that causes more human impacts and vice versa. So it's an ongoing discussion at the state level, certainly, as well as FEMA's level, regarding how to handle some of the planning for this interface and this overlap between natural hazards and human caused. And then there's the cut and dry approach of during emergency response, it sort of doesn't matter. The response needs to be universal, but for mitigation efforts, it absolutely does. The same with education. So we're going to see how that continues to unfold as we move forward with our plan updates.
Thank you. Other comments, questions?
Commissioner, I do. Brian, question for you regarding funding. You've talked a lot about grants as well as some of the other members of the panel. And over previous biennium, we've looked at potentially budgeting general fund dollars to set aside to help advance projects. As you look to this next biennium, are you planning on submitting a request for funding as part of the county's budget? And if so, have you had any conversations with Inga, Darren, Rick Krager, the sheriff?
I will say yes and no to both those. So yes, there are plans to submit some policy packages regarding funding towards these sort of projects. I actually still need to talk to Darren in more detail. I've talked to the sheriff, I've talked to Rick just a little bit. And I know our deadlines are approaching quickly, but there needs to be a little bit more discussion as we hone in on what that might actually look like. Conceptually, yes. But again, more discussions need to happen here in the next few weeks so we can hit our deadlines. But that is the intention, to find as many sources as possible to move these projects along, both internally with the county as well as any sort of state or federal grants that are out there as well.
Just want to go back to the landfill acknowledgement again. I suppose that given the way you framed this, if we look at an elevated risk at the landfill, there would also be elevated risk at Hewlett Packard, right? Because of all the inks that they use and the materials that they have on site. So it is it's a much bigger can of worms. And we do need to acknowledge it because it needs to be acknowledged as a risk in a particular area. But maybe this isn't the right context. I don't know. So I won't push on that, but the only other thing I wanted to say is that in terms of the interface that Chelsea talked about, me having a portal online that people could interact with and see both the public and all of the partners, because there's a lot of partner coordination for any of these projects. I wanted to know whether you would talk to Rick about the software interface that they're using for the ARPA projects in process, because that allows for discrete projects to be put into it and then mapped and have a public view of those projects. So I just wanted to say that there might be a software approach there.
That's exciting for me to know, as being so new to the county. I'm a little unfamiliar still with all of the things we have at our disposal. So I'll definitely reach out.
Yeah, well, it's hard because I think that often each department knows what they have, but it's hard to know what resources exist in others.
Thank you.
Ryan, I would really encourage you to consider some policy packets because as we've experienced in the past, we haven't really had dedicated sources of funds to help advance some of these projects. And so I think that we need to look at what the county can do as part of our budget process to, if nothing else, make sure we have money for grant matches if that's what's necessary. Also, we met probably about 3 months ago with you and I and Darren and a number of others. And we did talk about the capacity issue because I do think that is a concern. And I think we struggle in that area to be able to advance projects due to lack of capacity. We brainstormed a number of different items during that particular meeting in terms of ways that we could gain additional capacity. Have there been any follow-up conversations between you and the sheriff and Darren or others regarding additional staff capacity within the county, aside from using consultants for specialized needs, but any additional conversation? And do you foresee any potential requests coming forward as part of the budget process?
Yes, that still goes back to my discussion that I need to have in a little more detail with Darren. I definitely discussed it with the sheriff a good amount about having a position, someone that could be focused on mitigation and planning. I'm sorry, mitigation and recovery, to focus on not only plan updates, but project coordination and outreach on all those components. But I still need to interface with Darren a little bit more in some other departments to determine basically what the needs look like. But yes, that discussion is in the queue. I'll turn over to Darren because he's.
Thanks. Sorry to jump back in here, but thanks for asking the question, Joe. Sheriff reached out yesterday to ask, could we explore that conversation further? I think it's very much top of mind for us. One of the things that we struggle a little bit with at the moment is, without having capacity, where do we start? Yeah. And it's not a reason to not have the conversation. It's just we're sort of stepping in here carefully, but I really appreciate Sheriff Van Arsdal's outreach and willingness to explore where to put our next best staff capacity. I'll just say quickly, the way that I'm thinking about this is a multifaceted approach. So obviously there's an emergency response component and a preparedness component. There's also a planning component. I think we're seeing at the state level, the Department of Land Conservation and Development is starting to get more involved as a result of Senate Bill 7062, but also just generally in wildfire planning from a land use standpoint. It's also a building codes component, so there's an implication for our inspectors and plan reviewers. There's an evacuation and very necessary evacuation component. So Gary Stockoff and his team at Public Works immediately become sort of involved. And then from a fuels reduction, how do we actually, get the material pruned and chipped and out of the way? There's a question about kind of where should that work be done? And so one of the possibilities is to bring our Parks Department, Natural Areas and Parks Department in to help with that work, perhaps with off-season crews to kind of round out their expertise. So it's a big conversation. We're in, I'd say, informal conversations about, who's going to put their name forward and be on the hook for this. And I think if I had to advise the board, I would say we all need to be all in. And that's something we haven't done, but we will get there.
Great, thank you. And just one last comment. We are meeting this afternoon. The Sheriff Van Arsdal, I think, will be there with CFM advocates and, for federal lobbying purposes. So this should be a topic that we check in with Michael on from CFM to see if he thinks that there's any federal resources that we could gain access to that may not be coming through the state, but it's worth a dialogue. So Brian will make sure we have that with the sheriff this afternoon as well as CFM.
And Sheriff Van Arsdal, is there anything you'd like to add?
No, I appreciate that. I think Darren covered it. We just got to figure out where this is going to fall. It's a collaborative effort.
Thank you. And then I saw Commissioner Malone's hand.
Yep. It's great to see a nice crowded table. And there should be more people. I mean, we have our Benton County folks and then our local state partners. It's obviously critical that no one agency can get where we need to get on their own. One that you did mention, OSU Extension I forget their title. It was Kayla. How does that position fit in with this effort? And I guess aim that at the ODF folks.
Yeah, so the OSU regional fire specialist positions they have serve in a lot of the way the OSU extension service staff do, where they're just a local resource for the landowners to provide expertise and guidance on any forest management and or fire needs that they may have. So they serve in a lot of the capacity as the OSU extension foresters do.
But Kayla's a new name to me, and I think that's a 10 county, or I mean, it's a fairly wide area to cover.
Yep. Yeah, and their new the new fire specialist program they've got is 2 or 3 years old. So it is still fairly new. And we actually have 2 of the OSU fire specialists that fall within this area. They've got a coastal one that's housed out of Astoria that I'm trying to blank on his name, but his area of responsibility comes down to, I think, Lane County, I believe, in the Coast Range. And then they have that mid Willamette Valley one, which is Kayla, which really actually just serves kind of the eastern fringe of Benton County. But it's really the Coast Range one they have that serves the majority of Benton County.
Okay. Well, thank you.
And the services, I know in some discussions and emails, it falls with Carrie Berger. And the types of services they can do are some defensible space education and firewise promotion. But it's really like the fire adapted landscapes programs that they have. So they really want to push that and be a resource for landowners or private landowners to basically make their community a little bit safer. And that's kind of their core function. So they are definitely a valuable tool in the community.
Great, thank you.
So I have a question for staff, which is what else do you need from us?
Defer to Inga.
Yeah, I think she had one more slide.
Oh, well, I don't have the slide up anymore. It was the next steps. Nothing right now. If you have any changes, any suggestions that you would like to make to the existing document, we're still taking those, as I stated, up until the end of the month. And then we will be moving it for approval in January and February. So really, this was just an update to you and to get your input, provide the overview.
All right, very good. Anything else on this agenda item before we move on? All right, well, thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. We appreciate all your work on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's good work.
So that will take us to the consent calendar. Do I hear a motion to approve the consent calendar or make any changes?
I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. And that brings us to new business, item 6.1, funding for expansion / relocation of Children and Family Program Behavioral Health Center in Justice System Improvement Program bond measure. And joining us today, we have Nick Kurth, the JSIP manager. And then I also have Suzanne Hoffman listed and Damian Sands. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you. And are we going? Sure. This is on, so that's good.
And I think we're just trying to get a PowerPoint loaded. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then is this, do we have a copy of it right here? Is this?
No, I didn't make it. That's for item 7.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
All right, so let's go ahead and dive in here.
Thank you, Suzanne and Damian, for joining me today on this this collaborative effort. Another element of the Justice System Improvement Program. I'm sorry. No, yeah, I looked at some, it's green. I was, oh, hang on, let's try to.
Yeah, go ahead for this computer.
There we go.
So Nick, is this the correct presentation?
No,
I don't think we have the.
it is
correct
not.
presentation.
That's okay. We have two of them today. Yep.
The PowerPoint starts on page 318, if that's any help.
That probably is helpful.
That's 318 pages so far.
You guys are doing well.
Erica, that's still not the correct one.
Here it is. That was it. This is that, she had it.
Yeah.
You did, you had it.
Do we have two that show building better outcomes?
Yeah, except if you looked at the presenters list, that was myself and Suzanne
Got
and
it. Thank
Damien.
you. Sorry to confuse you, Erica.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you very much, Erica. So today's objective and approach should look a little bit familiar to you. We used a similar process relative to the JSIP bond measure package, and when we were talking about homelessness services facilities. Today we're talking about expanded mental health services facilities in the JSIP bond measure for May of 2023. And what we'd like to do is to have a preferred option, ideally, relative to expanded mental health services facilities, but with flexibility to accommodate future unknowns. So a little background information, and I'm going to invite my colleagues here to talk as well as we go through this. We have done 2 statistically valid JSIP community surveys conducted by Oregon-based DHM Research in 2022. They both showed that addressing mental health challenges is a top priority in Benton County, which is why we're having this discussion today. So we have prioritized including funding for expanded mental health services facilities in the bond measure. And really very early on in the genesis of the Mental Health Crisis Center, this is going back almost a year, I would say, we discussed including child and youth services kind of as the early preferred option, expanded option with the crisis center. It turned out that was a fairly challenging and cost prohibitive option to pursue, both from a regulatory standpoint and from a cost standpoint, cost being bounded by what we felt we could contribute on this particular topic from the bond measure. And so that was ultimately abandoned, and we began searching for a new option. And I'm going to just pause and ask if Damien would or Suzanne would like to add anything to this particular page.
You're doing great, Nick. I'll probably,
Okay.
between Suzanne and I, will probably wrap some of this up towards the end if there's a question.
Okay, sounds good. So the current situation is that, and really, I'm not the subject matter expert here, but I will ask them to chime in here. There is a high correlation between youth suicides and county level availability of mental health services. Damien has an article that he shared. Maybe that's made its way to you as well, but one that I'd be happy to share with you. And we know that our own county children and family program is really bursting at the seams in its small leased space. Bursting at the seams is a common challenge that we're facing across the spectrum of facilities at the county and even at the city level. We have, increased wait times, multiple staff sharing, single spaces. It's definitely not ideal. The health department has submitted CIP requests, capital improvement program requests to expand their footprint from 3,400 square feet to approximately 5,000. And we know through our own community engagement process, the JSEP community engagement process, that there is a desire for expanded mental health services that are specifically for children and youth. I will say that has been, a bit of a gap in the JSIP spectrum of deliverables, and so really happy to have something here today to share as a proposal. So the option that we are presenting today to you for consideration and potential adoption is essentially relocating the children and family program from its lease space downtown to the county's Sunset building and expanding their footprint to 5,000 square feet in the Sunset building. And then through the bond measure, including funds for the relocation and renovation of Sunset to appropriately accommodate children and family program and make the spaces suitable and to best practices. So that's the proposal in front of you. We did actually have a fair amount of discussion about the where and in terms of trying to leverage county existing facilities. There aren't many options, but the one we aligned on is the Sunset building. It does have very nice configurable space, which is important in terms of cost. Co-located with developmental disabilities and health department personnel. So, excellent in terms of who else is going to be occupying the facility. The cost to renovate, consistent with kind of the numbers we were hypothetically considering for the bond measure. The renovation of Calapooya came in around $280 a square foot, I think. And so that was a number that we were using, roughly $300 a square foot for renovations for children and family services across the square footage that's proposed, and that was within kind of the boundaries we were looking at. And of course, there's ample parking there, so all good reasons to use the Sunset building for this purpose. Oops, let's go back. And so benefits, I've hit on many of these, but certainly fills, a compelling gap in our mental health services, aligns with our own county defined priorities, easily understood and communicated to the public. That's more relative to the bond measure, but that's very important when we have a bond measure that comprises many different facilities. Communication is key. As I've said, it kind of aligns with our funding constraints. Not any significant site location sensitivity to overcome or study further. We're quite far along, as you well know, in the bond development process, and it's backed with data from surveys in terms of prioritization to the community as well as internally. So the recommendation today for your consideration is to include funding in the JSIP bond measure for expanded mental health services facilities with a preferred option in support of relocating children and family program services to the county's Sunset Building and providing expanded renovated space with funding through the JSIP bond measure. The actual amount we will talk about just in a few minutes when we get into our bond package deliberations. So that I'm leaving that out of this particular discussion. And before I turn it over to you, let me pause and ask Damien and Suzanne for their comments, please.
Nick, if it's okay with you, and if the commissioners would like to hear a little bit more of a drill down into some of the backdrop to this, I think Nick, you did a great job of sort of touching the highlights, especially around the physical component, but I do want to circle back and get a little bit more detailed on the motivation behind all of this, if that's okay.
Please.
So with that, I do want to highlight a few pieces here. So one of the big concerns that we have right now is access to services. I think our challenge, though, for us to be responsive as a community is to really address what we're seeing from our community. Specifically, what we have seen over the last decade is that we have seen 10 to 24-year-olds experience a huge uptick in terms of symptomology and some of the issues they're facing, from depression to substance use. I think the most telling rate is around suicidality, in which ages 10 to 24, we saw an increased rate of 60% over this time. According to the Center for Disease Control, we now see that suicide is now the leading cause of death amongst Oregonians aged 10 to 24. These are obviously dramatic numbers. This is obviously something we want to respond to. And I think from our standpoint, we certainly have the staff and the capability of doing this. The challenge becomes beefing up our capacity to meet this need. And it's less about getting individuals to the door and really is about finding them space right now. So this goes beyond an issue of sort of a capital discussion. It really does get in around service provision. So I want to tie those two pieces together. For the sake of time, I won't go into this as much, as I think Nick did a really good job on covering some of these highlights, but I do want to call out an additional component. You'll be hearing a lot more about this in the coming year. It's the Mobile Response and Stabilization Service, known as MRSS. It's a national best practice for children's system of care. The service is available to all children, youth, and young adults, and families experience a behavioral health crisis. MRSS aims to keep children and youth in the community and to promote care in the least restrictive environment. For us to be able to do this, the wonderful news is that the state, in all their wisdom, has decided to make us a large award to get this off the ground. That's great. The challenge with this is one of the requirements from a best practice standpoint for us to be able to sort of stand up this mobile crisis team is really around staffing capacity. So right now, Eric and his crisis team respond in a one-to-one relationship in terms of events in the community. When we're talking about interfacing with children and youth and young adults, what we're seeing is the requirement is for 2 responders. So that's a QMHP, as a professional level staff person. And in addition to that, a QMHA or a peer support specialist who can offer some type of an adjunct service to that QMHP. So that's a great model. We know it's going to really lead to effective outcomes. It's going to start to address some of these issues around crisis and suicidality. The challenge, of course, as you hear even in my presentation, is that, well, you know, that's again going to take more office space. So I know it's an absolute premium in both the county and in our community. So this is a wonderful opportunity, I think, in terms of being able to bring some funds within through the levy so that we can expand existing services on existing county property and be able to stand up these services that are so desperately needed. So, so with that, I'm being sensitive of time. Suzanne, anything you want to add to that? I left a few other pieces off, but I think just for expediency, I'm good on my own.
Thank you, Damien, and thank you, Nick. What I would add is just to back up only a little over a year, nearly 2 years ago, when this particular county provided service to kids and families started. And we had the revenue coming to us to start the program. We had the ability to hire qualified, highly qualified, quality, passionate staff for the program, a wonderful manager for the program. These are all, you know, testaments to the good shape that our county is in compared to some others with regard to those things, revenue and staff at a difficult time. But what we lacked, of course, as Damien just described, was space. And our first preferred option that we talked about actually was the Sunset location, thinking that it was probably pretty easy to configure, that some of the spaces currently occupied by staff were going to change with the opening of the California building. And developmental diversity would also be a good fit. So it just at that time there was no resource or capacity to make that a priority, and we needed to have space immediately because we literally had staff starting within the month. So we were able, with assistance from Public Works and others, to obtain a lease at the space we're in right now. We knew at the time it wasn't the best option, probably for the county from a financial perspective. It probably was going to be full 5 minutes after we moved in, and then we'd be wondering how we were going to be able to expand and meet demand. So we kind of knew that this conversation would be coming in not too long. And Damien was actually preparing to bring this forth as part of the budget conversation, in addition to other space needs. I think what's different now is that there may be an opportunity, as what you're hearing today, to actually acquire a resource to help make this happen. So I just wanted to share that we kind of, this is not new information, but it is perhaps a new opportunity.
All right, and so there's a decision for the council to make, and I think there's a recommendation in the packet.
I'm happy to speak to it. I'm strongly in support of including this small pot of required funds to improve our children and family services. I think this is very strongly supported not only by the surveys that we've done for JSIP, but also by the region-wide community health assessment that is still being packaged and will result in a community health improvement plan. It's a clear need, and also was strongly supported in our community discussions and the engagement that we've been doing for the last several weeks. There were questions about youth crisis services at our mental health forum. The notion of further upstream work to support children and families came up at the Casa Latinos Unidos meeting, and also when we were presenting to the NAACP. Those are really important. It's a really important investment to some of the underserved members of our community in particular.
I'll just chime in that I support this. Expanding our mental health services has been something that we've needed to do for a long time and something that I've been pushing for sort of since 2018. So I definitely support this.
Yeah, I think this is a great addition to our program. I had a couple comments and questions. I know when we get our regular update from the district attorney, he talks about suicides and trends. And so this information from you, Damien, fits right in and shows that we have a gap that we're trying to fill. I noticed in partners at Sunset, the juvenile department wasn't mentioned. Was that an omission, or how does our existing juvenile department fit in with this effort?
Damien or Suzanne, would you like to field that one?
Well, I'm happy to defer to Damien, and Matt may even be on the call here. I recall Matt being a part of the conversation and indicating that it would be beneficial to be co-locate for the juvenile department to be co-located with children's mental health for that improved and easier access and coordination. Damien, anything more on that?
Well, just from the sort of 20,000 foot level on that object, you really just can't untie the two. Anyone who's going through our judicial system, especially in the juvenile justice, on the juvenile justice side, the supports for both substance use and behavioral health are critical for their success and wellness in the community. It's a very much a sort of a therapeutic model that they are using nowadays in juvenile justice, and certainly not reflective of the ones from many years ago. I think people kind of assume so. Their integration between on-site education and behavioral health is something that's now just an inherent part of juvenile justice. So absolutely, I see them 100% as partners in the work that we do, because in the end of the day, we share many of the same individuals, and it's just under one umbrella 1 month, and it's under another umbrella the other month.
I would also add, thank you to the prompt from Health Department team member Kaylee Olson, that the Oregon Department of Human Services is directly across the street from the Sunset Building as well. And that's yet another opportunity for connection and partnerships, and for families to be very easily referred to back and forth for necessary services and coordination.
Great, thank you.
I have a question about the cost. I think I missed what the estimated cost is going to be for this.
Well, we'll have a more specific discussion on that, but if you look at the square footage of 5,000 square feet, and using a very high renovation number of $300 per square foot, maximum amount of $1.5 million. And I was going to touch on that as well when we get into our bond package discussions, but that's why I was saying it's ample at that amount.
Okay, perfect. I just like to know that kind of stuff before I vote to approve it or not. Thank you.
Otherwise, I do have a question and a couple of comments. Nick, one of the topics that you were pursuing relative to this concept was associated with zoning of the Sunset Building, and I lost track. I'm assuming that box has been checked and there are no issues there.
The box has been half checked, Joe. And what I've learned is, and I think, I'm a fairly cautious person. What I've learned is that the city considers the type of services that would be offered or is offered through the Children and Family Program to be social services. And social services are not specifically permitted in the research technology zone. There's a C in there, but research technology zone, which is what our zoning is here. However, in the same message, and this was an email correspondence I had with Jay Yike from the planning department, he acknowledged that the city is planning to do a re-inventory of current uses in the RT zone because they have morphed so much over time. And to the comment about human services being across the street, I actually asked Jay about that and just said, it would seem like they are providing social services. Do you have any insights? He did not. It wasn't a project that he was actually involved with, but I think that speaks to the reason why the city is going to re-examine the types of uses that have actually evolved here in the RT zone. So I can't fully check off the box, but I think this is a situation where we're have pretty good company basically, and could make a strong case that this is a good fit, even in terms of the synergy with, this county facility. There's kind of a nexus of services here now that are being offered to the community.
Great, thank you. And Commissioners, I would really like to recognize our staff. They've done some really heavy lifting around this concept just over the last 30 days. So I appreciate their teamwork and their creativity and really trying to identify needs that can be addressed. And I think this is certainly one that deserves the board's consideration. I'll also share that facilities in terms of Paul Walsinger has also been involved in these conversations and is supportive of this particular plan.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Or there's a motion on page 314.
Okay, we're ready. I move to include funding in the justice system improvement program bond measure for expanded mental health services facilities with a preferred option in support of relocating children and family program to the county Sunset building and provide renovated, expanded space.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So next item on the agenda. Item 6.2, the 2023 Hands Across Corvallis event sponsorship. Angela Hibbard had sent us an email asking if we would be willing to sponsor. I did forward that email this morning just so to be at the top of your inbox, and it's also in the packet right after this item. So the question is, does the Board of Commissioners want to sponsor their Hands Across Corvallis event?
It's an event that I usually attend each year, and I'm very much in support of the Corvallis Public Schools Foundation and what they do for underrepresented families in particular, across the school district, unhoused kids, families that are housing insecure, mental health needs. So I'd be happy to contribute. It's more a matter of how much we want to contribute as a board.
Sure. I think I'd be more comfortable at the lower end order for $500 or the advocate for $1,000.
I agree.
Okay, Commissioners, I did check on the funding availability in your budget, and under sponsorships, we budgeted $5,000 for the biennium. Currently, you have about $1,300 left for the remaining portion of the biennium. And if you decided to contribute over and above that, we can look to other program budgets if needed, but that's currently the status with your budget.
Okay, so if we did the 500, then we'd have about 800 left for something else that might come up.
Yeah, the next
until
expense.
next June. Yeah.
I would be happy with that. I would move that we support the Corvallis Public Schools Foundation Hands Across Corvallis annual fundraiser to the tune of $500.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. Let's see, next item, ratification of Benton County's letter of support for the Protecting Peri-Urban Ecosystems. And listed on here, I see Joe Kirby and Darren Nichols.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Darren Nichols and Shannon Bush. They are the ones that have brought this forward, and I certainly supported and signed off on it as well. But Darren and Shannon, if you would like to go ahead and address this agenda item.
I believe they're either scrambling to click on, or maybe they're running downstairs.
I suspect they're running downstairs.
And I'll just, for context, note that I did sign this last week. I think that was last week. And I had called Mark Shepard at the city of Corvallis ahead of time just to make sure that there wasn't any, political stuff that I was unaware of. And Mark Shepard verified that no, there was no concerns there. So, and here, Darren Nichols is joining us again. Welcome, sir.
Hey, good morning. And so I presume we're here to talk about the SNAP grant proposal.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully Shannon Bush should be joining me in a moment and she can provide a little more context. As you well know, Benton County's stormwater policy is changing in March in order to comply with DEQ regulations and the Clean Water Act. Part of that change in policy is a reduction in the threshold for requiring a stormwater permit from 1 acre of ground disturbance to a 1/4 acre of ground disturbance. So that means that more projects will need to consider stormwater implications during construction and also after construction. So in order to help with that change and to kind of help us both internally, but also, and I think especially to help external customers, Benton County constituents, comply with the new regulations and understand the new regulations and explore alternatives for making that as implementable and as efficient as possible. We have been reaching out to people who've done this work before. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. We want to learn good practices from other places. And along that journey of outreach, we, not surprisingly, reached out to Oregon State University and were introduced to a colleague there. Meghna Bubber-Sevens is a civil engineer with a specific set of expertise in stormwater management. And so as we began to get acquainted, Shannon made the introduction, and Shannon and I met Meghna and had a very good visit. Following on that visit, then Meghna said, there's a project that I'm working on globally that could benefit from a local partner, and a local partner could benefit from possibly from that work if Benton County is willing and wants to participate. So with that introduction, I'll let Shannon Bush, our program coordinator for community development, describe a little bit about what you have in front of you today and why it's timely to consider this letter.
Yeah, so thanks for having us. So Meghna essentially is working with a couple of colleagues in Germany, South Africa, and Tanzania. Each of those have pilot project locations, but like here in Benton County. Thanks. They are essentially proposing work in a grant-supported funding cycle to be able to identify these types of issues that create water quality issues and how we can respond to them as communities like Benton County. So we just provided this letter of support as a very preliminary piece of a grant application. If supported, we would go later to kind of another phase of this application where we would be submitting a more robust, what's called full application. So this is very preliminary. It's basically just to propose the idea of what this project is looking at. As far as Benton County's role, really fairly minimal. Essentially, we are providing the sort of on the ground problem or issue that is seeking kind of resolution by the kind of academic team. So we foresee, if anything, us really just being participants in being able to help lead that discussion of what it is that Benton County needs assistance with, kind of providing feedback and discussion, more or less.
Yeah, that's right. So if it was successful, the benefit for Benton County is that we would get expert help in the area of communicating stormwater requirements to the public, or developing a tool that would help property owners and contractors evaluate options and decide what's best for them on their site. So it's kind of it's a force multiplier for us. It's a way for us to tap into the expertise at Oregon State, and frankly, learn lessons from around the planet about what's working in other continents as well.
So it has the side benefit of training the next generation of scientists to focus on such problems and hopefully to apply for jobs with Benton County.
I wasn't going to go that far, but yes, now that you've opened that door, please.
Force multiplier was like, made me think of it. Yeah, I've worked with Megna in the past and she's a pleasure to work with. So, yeah, I understand you've already signed this letter, so this is just a ratification. I would move that we ratify your signing of this letter for a letter of support, or letter of intent to whatever funder this is, NSF, I'm presuming, to do this work.
There are two funding kind of mechanisms behind it. It's the Nature Conservancy and the Wildlife Conservation Fund. So those two entities come together and provide a sort of funding mechanism that gets divided among the successful applicants.
Excellent.
And I just wanted to check, is that motion okay for staff?
That I just moved to ratify the letter of support, which has been submitted on behalf of this proposal for Dr. Barbara Simmons.
And do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Okay, before you leave, I got, I'm not familiar with the term peri-urban.
Thank you. So I don't think any of us are familiar with that term. It is academic speak for, as I understand it, not urban environments that are dealing with stormwater issues. So I'm not sure why it's framed in that way. You'd have to ask Dr. Sevens.
The periphery of the urban area.
It's
which
outside
may
urban
be
areas.
the UGB in our parlance.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. I think most of the good examples for stormwater management are urban areas, Portland Metro, King County, Washington. They tend to be highly developed urban areas that, as you know, understandably need to deal with stormwater runoff from lots of impervious surface, roads, rooftops. Where Benton County sits, we don't have as much of that intense urban development, and yet the erosion control needs, the sediment management needs are just as important for the tributaries of the Marys River and the Long Tom and the Willamette. But the communication methods, the tools for helping non-urban property owners, while they're similar, are uniquely different. And so what we were wanting to do is develop a stormwater management program and policy that addresses the needs to keep sediment out of our rivers, but does it in a way that's more appropriate for the kind of landowners that we work with on a daily basis. So this would be an opportunity to use the expertise of our colleagues at Oregon State and other places to help us build appropriate tools that aren't Portland Metro.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I would think again, both the watershed councils and Soil and Water Conservation District would be very interested as well, because they work with these same landowners all the time to try to help them with these issues.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Anything else on this agenda item?
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to call for a break. Let's come back at 11:45, and at which time we will hit item 7.1. All right, we are back with item 7.1, Justice System Improvement Program Bond Measure Package Deliberations. And we have with us Nick Kurth and Rick Krager.
Thank you, commissioners. Very happy to be here. Let's go ahead and dive on in. So this is our second meeting where we are planning to discuss a bond package, a measure for the Justice System Improvement Program. And you may recall that our first meeting occurred 2 weeks ago on December 6th, where Rick and I laid out pretty much an overview, all of the JSIP deliverables, community engagement, events, as well as feedback, financials, and then next steps was to actually get into the deliberations, but we didn't do that on the 6th. So here we are to start the fun part. And we may or may not finish deliberations today. I don't want you to feel that a decision has to be made today. We have time scheduled on the 3rd, if needed, January 3rd, when we return from the holidays. So just keep that in mind. There are some hard deadlines that I'm pretty sure you're aware of, but certainly by early February, you, the commissioners, will need to align on bond measure title and really most of the components, language in the bond measure. And then we have to file for notice in March with our May 16th bond measure to follow. So that's what's coming up. And in terms of our objectives today, several, and this is why we may not get through everything. But first, we're going to start by providing some updated cost estimates, updated from what you saw on the 6th. So we'll start there. Want to talk about the funding amounts for both homelessness services facilities, expanded homelessness services facilities, as well as the expanded mental health services facilities. So get hard numbers on, relatively hard numbers on both of those, because they will inform us in terms of the overall need. And then talk about really the mix of facilities that we want to consider in the bond measure, line on a bond amount, and a preferred funding option. So we won't necessarily go in that exact order. This is, as you know, there's multiple elements to consider at once, but these are essentially all of the high point decisions we need to make leading up to crafting bond measure language and filing. All right, so let's talk a little bit about what has changed, and I'm going to invite Rick to chime in here as well. First, I want to just talk about why there is change in the financials. It's not for lack of accuracy or work or expertise on my colleague's part. But we do have essentially a dynamic situation relative to the courthouse funding piece of the Justice System Improvement Program. And what I mean by that is this is only OJD's second dance, so to speak. Only the Multnomah County Courthouse project has preceded us, and they are learning their way just as we are, as we engage collaboratively with them. And a very important piece of the funding that we receive from the state is how we allocate expenses. And we've really, the county, we've thrown a new wrench into the learning experience, because my guess is when the OCC C&I grant was created, nobody was specifically thinking about a campus going up with the courthouse being an element of that. And then how do you allocate development costs related to that? And that's really what Rick and I are now facing. And so when we presented, or when Rick presented financials to you on the 6th, the good news is the overall package need has not changed. However, when we went back to our desks and thought more about our conversations with OJD to date, and then looked at the allocations of site development costs that were being provided by DLR Group, we decided, I think, that we wanted to take a little bit more cautious approach. I will say that Rick just met yesterday with DLR Group as well as OTAC. DLR feels very strongly that their cost allocations are justified and based on sound construction costing principles. And we will absolutely put those numbers in front of OJD. But at the end of the day, it's subject to interpretation. You could call it almost a negotiation around what is considered reasonable. And at the end of it, Rick and I did not want to end up on the short end of the stick for the county, so to speak. And so what we're proposing to do is take a little bit more conservative approach in terms of how much of the total site development will be borne by the courthouse versus potentially by the other projects under consideration in JSIP. That more conservative approach results in about $4 million moving from the courthouse to the other projects. And so when we met on December 6th, the total cost of the correctional facility, sheriff's office, and emergency operations center was at about $104.7 million. Because of this reallocation that has now risen to 108.7. And so that's the big difference in terms of updated financials. And of course, that 108.7 does not include whatever amount you align on for the expanded mental health and homelessness services facilities. Now I'm going to take a breath. I'm going to ask Rick to embellish as well.
Thank you, Nick. Nick, you said it fabulously in terms of the description of exactly what we have done here. And I think the only thing I would just reiterate on what Nick talked about is DLR's done a great job in terms of the estimates. We feel really, really good about those. As he mentioned, I spoke to them yesterday. We support that. That is our starting point as it relates to our discussion with OJD. But again, we don't want to get down the road. And when that negotiation actually happens, which is still some time down because we have multiple agreements that we have to put together with OJD, we don't want to, as Nick said, be on the short end of the stick and say, hey, we don't have enough money, particularly since we are, maximizing our borrowing in relation to the project. It doesn't give us a lot of flexibility if we have an overage. So again, I can't really add anything more. I think Nick summed it up very well.
Oh, all I can say with respect to this one is that
Put it on.
thank you, is that this better be resolved by the time they finish with us as the second dance, because it makes it very difficult for counties to use these kinds of funds. And they need to be more nimble, OJD, in working with counties if they expect new courthouses around the state.
And I have a clarifying question. I just want to check my understanding. So the $4 million added to the proposed bond measure facilities, that came from the courthouse site development costs. So that was we previously thought that would be covered by OJD, and now we're saying we don't think it is.
And I would say campus site development costs.
Well, I am clarifying my question with staff.
So the $4 million represents the allocation of the site development costs that were being borne by or being absorbed or attributed to the courthouse project, which of course, we get to split 50-50 with OJD. And the $4 million is a net amount. Okay, it's not a gross amount, because without getting into too many of the details, when you transfer funds when you reallocate the percentages or the allocation amounts, the courthouse piece gets smaller, right? And so there's savings on the county side, but then on the other end, the county-only projects are getting bigger. So the net of those two effects is a $4 million transfer to the county's responsibility for the site development.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that clarification, Commissioner Oger.
But isn't, I mean, I think that where DLR is arguing is that if we end up building only the courthouse and district attorney's office on that site, all of those site costs would still be borne by that project. And so there's an argument to be made that these are not separable costs.
Right, Commissioner, you're exactly right. And that's why this is such a challenging project, because like Nick said, you have this campus situation, because hypothetically, if we were unable to move forward with the rest of the campus, you're absolutely right. We will be back having a discussion with OJD, because all of that must be bared by, well, both the district attorney as well as the courthouse. So that's why this becomes sort of a fluid, but Commissioner Wise, you did say exactly right. That's essentially the situation that we're looking at right now, is that we just had to be prudent. We needed to make sure that we put this in place. But again, we are still going to put our best foot forward. And to the point that Commissioner Ogerow made, that's where we're starting, that it should bear the entire cost.
Thank you. I think that's good to just point out for anybody, who's going to watch this online later. I'd have that same question.
And go ahead.
Following up, so we're negotiating with OJD. Is there a timetable when those negotiations wrap up?
Thank you, Commissioner Malone, for the question. We're moving as quickly as possible. I mean, working with the state of Oregon, has to go through the process of working with their Department of Justice as well. So we've had all the attorneys put together. The way the agreement works is what I call a master agreement that says, here's the entire project that we are expecting to have final around the first week of January, is what we just heard from the Department of Justice. Then after that, we have to do individual funding agreements for all of the various components. There's a general fund component that they have, as well as a bonding component. So it's going to be, probably for those, I would imagine more like February-ish, because they're going to need to put them in place before they issue bonds, which I believe is scheduled right now, the end of March. They have to issue bonds for the proceeds for the project.
I mean, that presents an interesting timetable, because we won't know about the rest of the project. That's why I was asking. The timetable is these, sounds like these negotiations will wrap up before May, when we vote and know our path forward.
It's like, I would anticipate, yes, that would be the questioning, or that would be the timing of getting particularly the first two funding agreements in place. I think obviously everybody will be watching to see what happens in May. And then if something were to happen to where, let's just say that the whole project is just the courthouse and the DA's office, obviously we will be renegotiating that agreement as it relates to the cost, because the circumstances would have changed. I think this is going to be very a learning moment for everyone, particularly the state, as they go through this, because like Commissioner Ogerow, I don't think anybody ever necessarily planned on this campus approach.
Clackamas is doing the same, aren't they?
Well, they'll learn from us, right?
Well, for the Benton County position, the only project on the books right now is the courthouse and DA's office. And tell OJD that. If we're negotiating with what we know, but it's the courthouse.
Yep. And that's DLR's assumption in their estimates.
And you have our assurances. That's exactly where we're starting in the conversation. We're just trying to protect everyone here in case bad things happen. Not bad things, maybe not what expected.
Better safe than sorry. Any other?
Well, just to follow up, it almost seems like we need a auxiliary fund for a contingency.
In many ways, that's what this is. It's protecting, it's saying, okay, well, if the entire site development doesn't get negotiated into the funding for OJD, then we have a backup plan. But if everything goes the way we want, that money is not necessary.
But we have to decide on a bond amount before we know.
Unfortunately, timing, yes.
Yeah, okay.
There is never 100% certainty in any of this kind of decision making.
No, and in fact, I'm reminded that we were originally scheduled to have our bond measure concomitant with, well, actually proceeding where we are with the courthouse development. We would have been making the decision with even less information, in fact. So in some ways, this is an advantage.
Silver lining.
Yes.
All right, any other clarifying questions or? Okay.
Okay, so let's talk about some assumptions that Rick and I had to make relative to coming up with options on funding options as well as relative to amounts that is part of the deliberations and discussion today. So we have been talking about expanded mental health and homelessness services facilities and loosely looking at numbers, but we'd like to get to a point where we can make a decision on that today. But that we're approximately in the $3 to $5 million range for both of those facility types. So that's one assumption that Rick and I just had to make to kind of look at all of the variables. The second is that we're targeting a bond about near $100 million. That could be above or below. As we just shared with you, even without the expanded mental health and homelessness services facilities, we're at 108.7 million. With that estimate of a $3 to $5 million range, we're bumping up against $114 million. So just keep that in mind relative to targeting a bond amount near 100 million. We have a gap to bridge, and that's what the funding options are about. And then third, that additional borrowing is not an option, so that we did not factor that into any of the funding options, as you've heard from Rick multiple times now. Not advising that. So those were our assumptions for today.
Clarifying question. If you're going to address this later, then we can go by it. But could you please speak to why we are targeting the $3 to $5 million? How that determination was made?
Well, it's data driven, and I actually am about to dive right into that. I think it probably even is the next slide. Yes. Perfect. So if I may, I'll just answer that question with the next slide. Part of it, at the macro level was just driven by where we knew final costing was landing roughly, which came from DLR Group relative to the proposed facilities a couple of months ago, and knew at that point that we were already probably above 100 million. And so we didn't want to exacerbate that situation too much. At the same time, we knew kind of what some of the needs were around the expanded homelessness and mental health services facilities. And so we just talked about one half an hour ago relative to relocating the children and family program. If you looked at the square footage that we're proposing to use in Sunset, the cost per square footage for renovation, an amount, up to about $1.5 million looks advisable and is the proposal we're making. And so that's the data-driven piece relative to mental health. On the homelessness side, of course, we have identified the Corvallis Daytime Drop-In Center's Navigation Center as our preferred project. We have had some discovery on that since we last met and discussed it from a constitutional perspective relative to use of bond funds that the county would issue. We need to apply those funds towards a county-owned facility or land. And so that was a bit of a learning experience. And do you want to say a little bit more on that?
No, I think it's obviously important point here and realization. I think maybe part of the thinking is this essentially resources that become gap funding for a particular project's development, and that we've got to change that mindset now, because and it doesn't matter if it's tax exempt debt, it doesn't matter if it's borrowing. The Constitution says that we can only use our credit for the purposes of acquiring our own facilities and or land. So that's again, a different wrinkle that we put into this, how we approach this as an entire package, because this is one portion of it. I think there's another component that could be spoken to in relation to other resources that would come to that, to the total project.
So on the homelessness side, kind of the lowest, I guess, threshold would be that the county invest in ownership of land. And that would probably be in the $1 million range, could be as much as $1.5 million. On the facilities side, of course, ownership of the facility, that's a much higher bar in terms of the total cost of the facility, which is projected in the $12 to $15 million range. And of course, county strategy was to provide some foundational money and then pursue the remainder through the legislative process. And that could be pursued by multiple channels, actually, through the legislative process, not just by the county, but as well by really the group of collaborators that Corvallis Daytime Drop-In Center has assembled. And so $3 million or up to $3 million was kind of what felt about right and is typical in terms of, kind of matching amounts that we see on applications that would get us to the 20 to 25% range. And so that was the logic behind up to 3 million on the homelessness side.
And commissioners, if I might, just to make sure we draw the complete connection to this, as you recall last week when we were you were approving our state legislative agenda, you remember priority number 2 around homelessness that had a range, and it said $1 to $9 million. And again, back to, if this is our entire project, we don't do the land, then that becomes $9 million is our state legislative agenda, because that dollar has to come through us to be combined with our bond money for full ownership. Or like Nick said, other alternatives is that you could actually own the land land lease essentially, and that would be eligible. And then the project goes forward with their own request specific to the legislature. So just wanted to make sure to tie that back to the discussion we had last week.
So could you clarify, do we know what the target is going to be now? I mean, what are we going to do for the homelessness part?
Well, the proposal that we're making here today is that you fund up to $3 million. And knowing that we still have not, there are still other questions to answer relative to whether it's $1 million, $1.5 million, but up to $3 million is what the proposal is at this point.
And the other is that this is our preferred alternative when it comes to homelessness, but it may well be that if the daytime drop-in center is very successful with both the state legislature and congressional funds, that they don't need anything from the county, and we can put that up to $3 million towards some other project that addresses the needs of unhoused in the community. So I think that's the kind of flexibility that you're trying to provide, although clearly the navigation center is our top priority. So yeah, again, it's one of those situations of operating with a ton of uncertainty and just wanting to make sure that we have the resources available to help the community.
That is correct.
Okay. I like your point about flexibility. That's being flexible is always good. And I acknowledge that there is lots of unknowns with this project. I tend to prefer to take an approach at things which is more along the lines of what's the project, how much is it going to cost, versus we have a problem, let's throw some money at it and hope that it addresses the problem. And I'm just kind of thinking out loud here. So I know this is obviously not ideal. So I don't know.
I think that, if you think about, and I may be speaking out of turn, but I've been very involved in the homelessness space as well. And I'm aware of at least one other project in the community where there would be an option to invest funds and have some ownership stake and make it a feasible project. So I think this is not the last project that the community is going to put forth to address the need for transitional housing and supportive housing. So if not the navigation center, I'm confident that there's another project that the county can leverage by either acquiring the land or a facility to then lease to an operator to make things happen. We know we need, that cold weather or warm weather smoke shelter. We know that there's a need for more permanent supportive housing. We know that there's a need potentially for what I would call kind of a tiny house village transitional housing that they're talking about in Albany, and that the city council there voted to put funds toward. So I think that there's a lot of room to address housing and homelessness that might not be specifically this project that would fit. So that's.
Yeah, and I agree. I mean, I'm sure, 3 million it goes quick. So I have no doubt that, we could and will find something good to use the money on. It's just the uncertainty. And one other clarifying question. So we, talking about tiny villages, we would have to own that though, right? In order to have the bond money. So we could own the land.
Have an operator that ran it, leased it.
Yes, we could own the land. And the point I was going to make, Chair Weiss, relative to the bond measure, well, 2 points. Were you to authorize up to $3 million for expanded homelessness services facilities? Between now and when we actually file the bond measure, we may make a hard decision about land. and decide, okay, that's the path we're gonna go down. In which case, we don't have to have $3 million anymore in the bond measure. The other thing is the bond measure language does not even specify the breakouts of the funding. So let's say we get 6 months down the road, we're ready to issue bonds, or and we decide we don't need it all, or we do need it all. You don't have to issue all the bonds that were described. And fortunately or unfortunately, we have options here, but they're not all fully baked. And so the bond measure language will not say specifically navigation center. It will say it may include, but at the end of the day, we are just saying the bond measure in total will include funding for these purposes, for this amount, with this cost to the taxpayers. Part of the exercise right now is we're just trying to quantify what is our total needs base so that we can look at options and consider bond amounts. But even by the time we file in February, that may have changed, and it may change again down the road.
Yeah, I just, for Commissioner Wise's purposes of, wanting to, what's the concrete plan that we have in terms of the resources that we're putting in? And so be assured that, right now we're working from this plan of a homeless navigation center. $12 million basically is kind of what we have sort of been using as that estimated amount. To the point about, because I know you were talking about, well, what if that doesn't, what would we use it as secondary? I think our focus first and foremost is on this. And I have to believe that the state legislative support, because that's going to be a relatively large request. It will bode much better with the county saying we'll have a bond measure in this that is going to help support that. So I mean, I would love if the provider gets all of the resources, but typically, they like to see a little skin in the game. So I think that this helps support that going forward as a project. That helps.
Sure.
Well, and I appreciate the flexibility. I know how much things have changed just in the last month. So I think it's wise to keep our options open and get more information, whether that's from what the state is likely to do, or I mean, we're in the information gathering phase, but and just make sure my arithmetic is right. We have $1.5 million to renovate the Sunset for Youth Services, and then up to $3 million for homeless, which may be the navigate. What we're currently talking about is the navigation center. So up to we're adding up to $4.5 million to the package. I would like to point out that this is not a separate issue. I think this fits in with what we're doing with the correctional facility, and I think it's smart to make it part of the overall package, and it's not. In my mind, it's not some add-on, or it fits well with what we're trying to do, and I think this makes perfect sense to have it in the bond, and well, I'll stop there.
Not to get into the weeds too much, but so if you mentioned if we don't need the money, then we just don't issue those bonds. What's the impact on the taxes? I mean, do taxpayers just not pay as much, or do they pay as much and we do something else with the money, or how does that work?
Yeah. So, I mean, it's sort of a moving target, but basically the tax rate that we establish is sufficient based on our current estimates to pay for those particular bonds. If at some point we decide we're not issuing as much bonds, we're not going to full, we have the ability, you have the ability to make adjustments that meet that debt service, long as you don't exceed, of course, what was authorized. So obviously we start from the point of view, we issue whatever amount you decide on, that's what we would go with. But circumstances change, and if the need is less, then we make an adjustment down the road.
Okay, thank you.
Or alternatively, you could make decisions like Nick said, where again, the bond measure is broad enough. And if there is another need, if let's just say the navigation center fell off, you certainly have the flexibility. You have a problem that needs to be addressed. You can do it in other ways.
As long as it's mental health or housing or correctional facility.
Correct.
Okay. I thank you. I just, for me as a commissioner, I need to, people are going to ask me, and I need to be able to explain, what we're talking about. So I guess please continue.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think we're at decision point. So this is our first decision point of the day. And it goes back to the previous slide. Where we are asking for a motion essentially to allocate these proposed sums for these purposes in the bond measure.
I'd be glad to make the motion to add to the JSIP project up to $1.5 million for mental health. Do you want more
There's
specific than that?
Motion on page 332.
Oh, I knew that.
Yay. Thank you.
Well, Commissioner Malone is looking for that. I guess the only question I have is, does it make sense to cut back on the contribution to homelessness to 2 million? We don't know what, that range is going to be and what we can do.
What page?
332. I think 332.
I don't know that at this time I can definitively say whether it makes sense to or not. That's why I did use the language up to 3 million. My sense is that will come into focus even before we file our bond measure. And so I really can't definitively say whether that makes sense. It may also frankly, there is when we get into looking at the bond options and bond amount, that also may drive what we end up allocating to
That's
these.
why I'm asking.
Yeah.
Because,
so-
clearly whatever we decide here is going to affect what we can do in the other buckets, as we've been calling them. And so
It
I'm
does.
wondering whether we want to,
Well, again, that's why I'm proposing the use of the language up to. And then when we get into looking at a total bond amount and a funding mechanism for that, we could make an additional decision to set an exact amount for either of these purposes. So right now, I'm just trying to say what would the total bucket look like? Kind of what's the worst case, not worst case, what's the largest bucket that we're considering? We can always contract.
Okay, I was just wondering whether we needed a formal decision to make this preliminary, step, because clearly it all depends on that total bucket.
It does. Agreed.
Chair-wise, I'd also like to interject, Nick, as it relates to our process here this morning. Is it important for the board to make a motion at this point regarding these two items? Or are they able to come back to this after the rest of the discussion?
I believe that it would be helpful to have some sense of what the board is willing to fund for these projects. Otherwise, it's going to make the discussion difficult. We'll be tossing more numbers around. I invite my colleague to weigh in here as well. It's just a starting point. And again, the language is up to, so we're not held to a specific amount, but we need to have a sense of what the total needs are so that we can craft a bond measure and funding mechanism around it.
Yep, I think we're good making the motion.
I did have the problem with a 400-page packet. Anyway, I'm ready now. I move to approve funding expanded mental health and homeless services facilities for approximately 3 to 5 million, approximately 1.5 million allocated to the expansion relocation of the Benton County Children and Families program, and 1.5 to 3 million for the homelessness and housing services navigation center.
Second.
Question. So we're the wording in the motion is still okay with the navigation center. That still works.
Yes.
Okay. Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries.
All right, thank you. And now we'll go to the next slide. I'm going to turn it over to Rick, and you'll see why this motion is relative.
Okay, so now we're moving into the next phase, and to all the commissioners' points of trying to begin that discussion about sizing up this bond and getting to a decision. As Nick alluded to, this is the beginning of the discussion. Doesn't have to get to a final today, but certainly hopes to set the stage. So let's just start with the buckets. As Nick and I have used this term a lot, and so based on the decision that you just made, or at least recommendation on up to, our top end value, then I'll keep saying top end, is 114 million even. So that's again, we talked to you last time about each of the costs. That first bucket, the 108.7, that's been adjusted per our discussion earlier about the site development and how that's being treated. 0.8 million is still the same. This was our cost of issuing bonds. And now the $4.5 million that was just decided. So that's our total need. That's exactly what we need to be to do everything we've talked about. So now we want to talk about our options. Again, back to Nick's assumptions earlier, we talked about $100 million bond. And so with that considerations, we want to talk to you about all the different options that you can take in sizing this. So and I'll talk more about these in each detail, but in summary, the first is reduce the scope of the project. So looking at basically what has been posed and trying to reduce to the level that is at least $100 million. The second will be around reconfiguring scope and reprioritizing budget resources. So this is going to be a different mix, different way of looking at the way the facilities would be constructed, considerations for potentially leaving certain portions of facilities behind with our law enforcement building. Number 3 is going to pursue additional state resources and county backstops and reconfigure. So again, talking about, all right, how do we fill that gap? Maybe it's fill it completely with other resources, making prioritization choices with our current budget, maybe pursuing outside resources such as the state, which we know we have already made a decision on, at least 5 million of that. Support bond measure amount equaling resource needs. So again, trying to look at it, do you just issue bonds for the entire $114 million? That's a choice that is in front of you, or as we like to say, a hybrid of both. And that gets into looking at both, perhaps 3 and 4, and mixing and matching to come up with the right solution. So that's a summary, and I'm going to go through each of these. We'll talk a little bit about pros and cons. We can take a pause in between each if you like, just to discuss them, or I'll look to your direction as it relates to that. So let's go to the next slide. So under this option, we would be reducing the scope of the project. And basically, in our description here, we would remove the sheriff's office from the bond package. So again, remember, law enforcement facility is the sheriff's office and the emergency operations center. What we propose here is remove the sheriff's office from that. And what you would be left with is the emergency operations center and the correctional facility as standalone. We would suggest, if this was a decision option you choose, is to leave some money behind to renovate the law enforcement building, the one we're currently in, so that it could more effectively accommodate the sheriff's office. This description also, again, as we've already decided, includes the $5 million for the emergency operation in the state legislative agenda. So that's been factored in. So what are the pros to that? Well, it gets you much below the $100 million. I mean, we estimate anywhere between 80 and 90, depending on what you would do with renovation. But that would get you much lower because we're looking at a pretty significant savings for the sheriff's component to be pulled out. Cons, clearly it doesn't align with the vision. It does not align with the vision of that we've all talked about, that you've all advocated for so long and hard on, that of a justice system campus. Doesn't align, and I'm sure the sheriff, I'm sure he's probably on right now, but he would be saying doesn't align with the best practice integrated sheriff's office. You're really taking parts away. You have the correctional facilities in one place, you have the sheriff's office in another. Emergency operations center standalone. There are safety concerns relative to separating the sheriff's office from correctional facility. Again, just doesn't make a lot of sense from a practical standpoint. Investment in existing law enforcement building and old, or perhaps our old Board of Commissioners adds nominal to overall cost of the program. So again, is it the most cost-effective investment to make? We would see that as a con. And then it requires reprioritization of current resources and potentially budget reduction of $5 million if no state funding is. And you're going to see this con along the way. This is something we've talked a little bit about. We're basically rolling the dice here, is that we're going to put $5 million into our state legislative agenda. While we all feel good about that, there's always the risk that it doesn't happen. And with this, we are assuming if it doesn't, we have to figure that out. And so that could mean budget reductions or reprioritizations of existing resources. So that's option one. Commissioner Wise, I'll take your lead if you want me to pause to discuss this a little bit, or if you want me to just keep trucking forward.
Good question. Any clarifying questions? No.
Well, if we're supposed to weigh in, this option does not fit my vision of what we're trying to do. And you talk about best practices, and we have been working on this project for 5 years or more, and to do something like this to me just doesn't make sense.
I would concur with that. And the notion of remodeling the law enforcement building to accommodate both the Benton County Sheriff's Office needs and the Corvallis Police Department needs would result in a significantly larger footprint than that building currently has. I don't think that's particularly a wise investment for a lot of reasons. DLR did look at those options early on.
Yeah, and to clarify, the renovation of the existing law enforcement building, that was strictly the county's portion. It was not anticipating expansion of the LAB to accommodate CPD's needs. So it was just to say that if we were to leave the sheriff's office where it currently resides and potentially expand into the old BOC building, we would want to make those spaces as efficient and upgrade them to the extent that we could for county services.
I understand that, but knowing that the city has a facilities master plan and the facilities master plan prioritizes the law enforcement building and expanding it to accommodate CPD needs, even if we move out, it just doesn't seem like a very feasible option to me.
And that price tag was $43 million. Please continue.
And commissioners, as I always like to say, and I think you know this, we're giving you all these various options and giving you the pros and cons. Certainly, we appreciate your input and understand in some of these cases, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. So options get a little bit better as we move through these. Option 2 is now we move into the reconfiguration discussion, and we kind of put two scenarios here for you, a part A and a part B. So this is really looking at maintaining the facilities as we imagine them, perhaps though reprioritizing, reducing some of the elements within those facilities. So the first really speaks to talking about the law enforcement facility. It takes a portion of the sheriff's office out of that and maintains that at the current law enforcement building. So in this particular proposal, it would be the sheriff's patrol. So not all of the sheriff's office, but a portion of it would remain. And then we would ultimately end up building a smaller sheriff's office. And then with the emergency operation center, and then design for expansion at a later time. This would, again, like I said before, these two are the same. It would include, we would recommend funding to renovate the current LAB if you were going to maintain the the patrol division of the sheriff's office within the current LAB. And then, of course, it assumes a state legislative agenda of $5 million. Again, the pro here is that it's lower than $100 million. And so our estimates say about $15 million. So that would put us roughly about $99 million total cost. So, so that's the pro. In terms of the cons, again, I don't necessarily need to repeat this because it's similar to the last one. It doesn't align with the vision. We have safety concerns, obviously, with separation. And doesn't make sense investment. So this is really a duplicate of, from a con standpoint, of what I said in option 1. 2B, same type of consideration here, but a little bit different take in that we maintain the law enforcement facilities as it is proposed, and we defer new department or new DA's office and relocate them to the law enforcement building. So again, courthouse, as imagined, has the DA's office and the courthouse. This particular scenario would say the DA's office, we would move them to the law enforcement building. And we would build new courthouse and design for addition of the district attorney at a later time. So again, same concept as what I spoke of in 2A, but it's reversed to the other side on the court. Of course, the advantages here, once again, pros, it's $99 million is our estimate. We do point out that with this, the district attorney would have 2,000 square foot more in the law enforcement building than what he would get in the new building. And I know that that's been a conversation that's been brought up about more increased needs down the road. Deferring the district attorney impacts fewer employees than leaving patrol. So you're not talking about as many employees. I think we estimated 20 to 25, I believe, from the district attorney versus I think 60, if I'm remembering correctly. You correct me if I'm wrong on that. And then transfers more site development costs to the courthouse project share with OJD. So again, back to that money movement of the site development. Now you're talking about one building. It's all the courthouse. It doesn't include the district attorney. So they have to own the majority of that. So again, Those are some of the pros in relation to that. This again sounds very duplicative, so I won't go through all of it, but again, doesn't align with the vision that we have as it relates to the courthouse in this particular case. And we've heard the district attorney talk about this. It doesn't align with best practices. DA's office, courthouse belong together. And I know if he was in here, he would be saying the same thing. So, and then of course, the investment is just, the amount of investment you make, is it again cost effective? So again, two different sub options, a little bit different take on, but what they're about is sort of shifting the scope within a particular facility, but keeping the facilities at least intact. So I will take another pause as it relates to two.
Clarifying questions?
No.
Well, at some point, the $5 million for the EOC, I assume there's been a fair amount of discussions, what's possible, what's likely, and that this has a decent chance of us being successful. Is that accurate?
Yeah, and that will, option 3, I will begin to segue into the idea of the additional resources.
Okay. I couldn't wait any longer.
I know you're just anxious.
All right, please continue.
Hey, option 3. So now we get into pursuing additional state resources, and with my term here, county backstop, and we'll talk a little bit about that. So option 3 is the first, is that we're going to maintain the full proposed facility mix, but as opposed to, we would maintain a bond amount of $99 million. We'd be below $100 million. The difference is that we would approach the state legislature with a $15 million agenda. Now, to Commissioner Malone's point, we have already blessed a $5 million component, but we could increase that to 15 million. And what we would suggest if we did that is to dedicate that towards the sheriff's office. I think as we have professionals here that are advising us in terms as it relates to best chances in relation to a legislative agenda. Commissioner Malone, to your question, they have said emergency operations center would fit very, very nicely and highly recommended. I think it's how we play it with the proposed ask as well as the bond measure, but I think that bodes well. I would say that the idea of a sheriff's office or a portion of a sheriff's office probably, again, if they were sitting here, would say probably isn't as appealing. And so I would want to put out there, I think that there's risk, which is where we start to talk about, okay, what if? So under this scenario, again, as I said, CFM thinks that, 10 million law enforcement requests is unlikely to succeed. Again, I always want to be optimistic about things. You certainly want to be able to put your best foot forward, but I think if you look at history, those type of requests usually don't do as well. This is the same disadvantages, obviously, as 2A if sheriff office remains in, because what we're talking about, if we went forward with a $15 million agenda, we have the ability to backstop our $5 million. We do not have the ability to backstop 15. So if that were to fail, then we would be back to having to make sure that a portion of the sheriff's office stayed within the law enforcement building, which is kind of repeat back to two in terms of the disadvantages related to that. So that's kind of the plain vanilla, looking at it from the standpoint of what we could do and that keeps us under $100 million. But again, it gives us a little larger state request and perhaps one that might be a little bit riskier, maybe a lot more riskier.
Right, can you touch on the budget reduction piece if that were to become necessary?
Yeah,
And
oh,
maybe
thank you,
that's-
Joe. I
We can either do that
apologize.
now or later, because I think it's important that the board knows what some of those options might
Yeah.
look like.
Thank you, Joe. I apologize. I missed that. So again, I'm being optimistic here and thinking no $5 million moves through. I do again think it's a good request, but it could fail. And what we're saying in this case is that to be able to do this, that's where the county backstop comes in, is that we're suggesting that we suspend any well, specifically, we have suggested that we suspend potentially our CIP from the 23-25 budget build, as well as a suspension or a deferment of our ARPA dollars until we know if it passed or not. And because if it doesn't, then that becomes resources that we have to sacrifice priorities. We would not be doing that. Now, if it does pass, then we could continue. We can reinsert that with you as a supplemental budget for 23-25. But again, I know that those are sacrifices that I would recommend that we make, because again, you want to be able to move this forward if you were to fail on a state agenda. Thank you, Joe, for bringing that up. I apologize that I missed that. Go ahead. Okay. So option 4. So this one is basically we maintain the full proposed facility mix, and we said you go forward with a $114 million bond, or up to $114 million bond for the purposes of moving this forward. So again, pros and cons. I mean, it aligns with vision. I mean, what we're talking about here is you got the full vision, as well as the additional, the very important investments that you just recently decided on to move forward. These all line very nicely with the community needs. It avoids the safety issues. I mean, obviously, that's first and foremost, and puts alignment with the sheriff's office and the other facilities. Avoids expenses of interim investments and construction cost escalation in the future. So again, when you start to delay certain things, you say, well, we'll come back and get that. We all know what the last 3 years have shown, where we started and where we're at now in terms of cost estimates. And certainly we hope the economy will turn around and inflation will get under control. But at this point, costs are still rising. Interest rates are still rising. It maximizes operational savings from integrated campus. Again, that really aligns with the vision that you all had in terms of, yeah, it all makes sense for the facilities to be there together. And it does, and this is an important note too, again, because up to this point, we've talked about using the law enforcement building, the existing one, for other purposes. If we don't, then that makes that available for us for other potential resources to be gained, either by selling, by leasing. That will take some of the pressures off of these things that we're talking about here. So again, from a financial standpoint, that's great. And then the one thing that, it's important to note that from a con standpoint, and we have run the numbers on this and gotten a pretty good estimate, that it would change what we had been using in a lot of the polling of about 138 for average household per year for a $95 million. That would up it to 160. Now, while that is a $22 increase, I do want to say I was actually pleasantly surprised by that. We have had some interest rate reduction actually in the last 3 months. Of course, this was before this recent CPI report, but we have seen some reductions. And so underwriters were saying, hey, you've actually accreted some savings here since our last run in September. So again, we don't know, of course, where all that's going to go by the time we actually get to issuance, but we did put a cushion in there, as we always do, 100 basis point cushion. So that is built in, and hopefully if rates were to stay flat, we will be in a savings position. So this is looking at least at this point, worst case scenario. So that's option 4. Okay. Option 5, which is last. So this one basically is a play on both 3 and, or I should say on 3 and 4 a little bit. So we're maintaining the full proposed facility mix. Again, the state legislative agenda would go forward at $5 million. $1 to $3 million budget reduction or reprioritization of resources. And so what I'm seeing here is that consideration for potential, again, how you mix and match this is up to you. So you could say, well, we have, $114 million total. We are reducing some of that by going to the state legislature for 5 million of it. You could reduce it even more if you like, if we wanted again to increase our request. Again, EOC, I think, is a strong request. Anything else that we put into a state for JSIP related, I think it's going to be really challenging. So I think the $5 million makes sense. There could be a play around the homelessness component, perhaps, depending on how we put all that together. But ultimately, you could kind of work to this place of trying to reduce down, because this puts us from 114 to 109. We could 1 to 3 is how we could potentially get down to maybe, let's just say 106. But again, that would mean we're requesting that money elsewhere, not a part of the bond, and that backstop that Joe had brought up earlier gets bigger. So if again we fail, then we have to be able to backstop that with that, and so that potential cut gets deeper as it relates to these. And again, just as an example, $3 million CIP, $4 million of ARPA right now, that's 7. And if we had to backstop all of that, it would likely all be gone. It'd be committed to these resources, and those priorities that we had around those would be gone as well.
Rick, I'd just like to interject and just share with the commissioners that it's easy for us to talk about these options. It's certainly more difficult to operationalize them, especially when we start talking about, for example, CIP. So typically we have budgeted about $3 million per biennium, if I remember correctly, Rick. And so, we are in the process of departments putting together their budget requests and just acknowledging that we're going to continue to take those and include those as part of the budget process. But if we were to get to the point where we were not able to advance the $3 million for the next biennium for purposes that departments were proposing, that will certainly have an impact them in a variety of different ways. So just acknowledging that.
Yeah, and the way I would probably operationalize this from a budget standpoint is again, I like the word suspend because we don't know. We need to bank their resources in case kind of the rainy day piece, and that doesn't mean that we couldn't come back once we know more, but we would just not build that into the budget, and it would likely be a supplement. That's in the case of the CIP. In the case of ARPA, it's a matter of just being able to communicate now that our plan as it relates to going out here in March wouldn't be delayed. And those are the two most viable resources.
So that would be a delay in the ARPA grant cycle too, probably until May.
Probably, again, the nice thing about ARPA is aligning up with fiscal years, but we certainly could, we could wait and then run one in the fall.
Yeah.
I guess the last thing I would say, I'm sorry, and then I will stop, is on the cons. So essentially everything related to option 4 is kind of the same thing. So I won't bore you and repeat all that, but a couple notes from the standpoint of con. It says additional expenses to the taxpayer. However, again, the bonding amount goes down. We did not model that just because we didn't know exactly where we wanted to model the 114, but I certainly would be able to model that to give you an idea what the cost would be. We obviously will have to do that once we land. So I think it's important to put that out there. And then of course, as we've just already talked about, the bigger thing with the option 5 is that you could potentially have more backstop risk.
I know where I sit. I definitely prefer option 5, the hybrid. And it's part of the reason I was asking about that up to before when we were talking about the housing facilities, the houselessness facilities. I like the idea of going for a bond at about 108 million level. It feels comfortable to me, given the rate of inflation. We've been talking about up to 100 million, and given that inflation has been running in that 7 to 8% over the last year, it's not surprising that what have been talking about has gone up a bit. I think that it preserves our vision best for that equitable, efficient, and effective system. And I can live with, although I don't like to have to think about using the ARPA money for backstop. I think that this is an incredibly high priority. And we have a fantastic opportunity at this point to get it right. And we've spent the last 5 years, as Pat said, working with community members to get it right. And I don't want to miss this opportunity.
Commissioner, if this helps you just in terms of alignment, because you made the point earlier, but under that particular, let's just hypothetically say 108. What we're talking about is a $6 million fill with other resources. So we know 5 is the state legislative agenda. I think it gets to your point earlier, that 1 to 3 million. So under this scenario, it would likely that 1 to 3 would be 2. And the balance, of course, the balancer will be on the other part of the request for the navigation center. So that's basically how that would work out. The $6 million then in terms of a backstop, and just for your thinking, you have $3 million of CIP that we typically you have $4 million of ARPA. If one or the other, I mean, you could say hypothetically that we backstop 3 and 3, and you go forward with a $1 million ARPA release, maybe with a smaller grant program or something in March, like was planned. That's just an idea for your consideration, but I know that it's important for you all on the community projects and trying to honor that. So that would be one potential way, because then you still have your full backstop built in.
Yeah, I like that idea.
You can go. I have like several things to say, so.
I'll speak to the $100 million number that I may be responsible for. Like 2 years ago, there were numbers floating around that were much higher than that. And at the time, these projects fit well within that number. I did a little back of the envelope. What do we have on the courthouse? Our share has gone up 5 million from original estimates. Today we were talking about, well, maybe we'll add 4 million worth of site development costs to the overall project. And then the correctional facility has gone up 10 million. Just same building, just with inflation, that's 19 million without just on those two pieces that we didn't plan on. So I'm comfortable going above the 100 million. That was just a nice round number that a while back fit, and I don't think it currently does. So somehow the 114, the 5 million from the state on EOC. I mean, we've got some money, potential money there. The 4 million that you've added on site development costs and negotiating with the OJD. Well, that might be 2 million. Or, I mean, we don't know. If things go out, work out like we would like, that could be 0. So I think I was comfortable at 109 or, but I think we definitely need to go through add to the 100 million, just because of the changes that reality is given us. So, and like I said before, we have a vision and we'll do something later. Better part of $1 million to do the bond. Well, that's a one-time cost, and I assume it doesn't change very much what our number is, what our total dollar amount is. There's a lot of fixed costs that go with doing a bond, and so doing one right size one now, I think just makes sense.
So I have a few things that I would like to say. I'll try to get it all out. First of all, I really appreciate all of the options that you have presented. I know this represents just hours and hours of work, and I really appreciate it. I guess I'll say one little thing that's sort of devil's advocate, and I've been thinking about priorities, and we have a list of pieces for this campus. If I'm thinking about the first priority, it's the correctional facility for me. The last one for me is the courthouse. So it strikes me that we are the thing that is burdening us the most is the courthouse. And I know that's just one way of looking at it. You can also look at it as we're leveraging millions of dollars. I'm just saying, it could be another option. I'm not saying I want to do it. I'm just saying it could be an option to not do the courthouse. And then we would unburden ourselves from all that borrowing. I don't think I want to do that. I'm just putting it out there. The foundation of this whole program has been best practices, ever since the criminal justice assessment came out and the options of, how we want to proceed. The commissioners have said best practices, what will be the most impactful to our community, what will be most efficient. And in going through this, I guess I'm like envisioning a flow chart in my mind, like what is right, we need to be good stewards of taxpayer money. We have been saying that we would keep it under $100 million. So is what's right to keep it under $100 million? And then assessing those pieces, is it right to not have any CIP projects for so many years? Is it right to use our ARPA dollars that we've already promised? I feel like I have already said what the intention is for those ARPA dollars. I don't want to go back and change that now. So I guess if we are going to do it, if we're going to go over $100 million, I appreciate kind of what Commissioner Ojiro was saying. But if we're going to go over $100 million, I think we might as well just do what is right and focus on the best practices. I don't want to go through this whole project after all these years and on day one be behind the 8 ball, and still have challenges. So I would be in favor of the 114 million. So other discussion.
Yeah, I think that we've built quite a bit of cushion here. That's why I'm comfortable with that 108, 110 of that option 5. Because I do think that we have a pretty good probability of getting some funds from the state for the EOC. And we have built cushion in for the land development costs. So, but I hear what you're saying. And the true cost of the project, in order to account for all those uncertainties, is the 114 million.
Mm-hmm.
As you asked earlier, we can then reduce the amount that we bond for if we choose to. So, but somewhere in that range, I agree, 108 to 114 is where I would prefer to be.
And it, I want to acknowledge that it is taxpayer money. It is
Yes.
a few $1,000,000 more. But also acknowledging that it equates to, I don't remember if we got those the updated, but it equates to just a couple of dollars or a few dollars a month or per year to the taxpayer. I'm probably not explaining that right.
No, it is just a few dollars a year difference between, I mean, think of it as there's a $22 spread between 138 and 160. If you come in at 108, 109, you're about halfway. So difference of $10 or $11 a year, $1 a month, let's say, or less.
Right. And that's not as impactful to the taxpayer as the very positive impacts that this will have on our community. So I think it's cost effective.
Well, I guess I'll go back to, I think if our needs are at 114, that showing the community that we're delivering the complete project, but we will work diligently to find other sources of money. And I think it to me, the 108, 109 million range, I think makes sense. We've got some moving parts, and that then shows the community and shows ourselves that we're motivated to find other sources of money for that last piece, knowing that worst case scenario, we can backstop it with other funds. But I just think that going a little under what's ideal, I think shows our resolve that we are good stewards of taxpayer money, and we will do everything that we can to complete the project and continue to look for resources outside of local property tax.
And I wanted to just point out that whether option 4 or 5, it again opens up the possibility to capitalize the old LEB, which we estimated. Sorry, I don't know. Am I at liberty to talk about the appraisal on the LEB? Or is that under executive session?
I would say that at this point, probably should not.
Okay.
Fair enough. Without our attorney here, I think it's best not to touch on that. Nick, I would ask for a little bit of additional clarification, just when we're talking about the total impact to taxpayers, the difference between the 138 and the 160. That is based on the average assessed value within our community.
Correct.
And so refresh my memory, what is that average currently?
That's an average assessed value of $266,000, which equates to a market value of about $450,000.
Okay, thank you.
So sounds like we have some differing opinions. We talked about potentially wrapping up deliberations in January. Is that what we would like to do at this point?
Absolutely. Commissioners, our intent is for you to make a decision no later than January 3rd. And January 3rd is our next meeting. You can certainly give direction today if you're all so inclined. We don't want you to feel pressured to make a decision today. If you want to continue to think about it, reflect on it, connect with others you might want input from, or you can go ahead and provide direction today. Nick, Rick, any additional comments there?
No, I don't think so.
Any additional thoughts from
I-
commissioners?
I think I'm comfortable putting a dollar amount out today. I guess my only question is, in the next couple of weeks, do you anticipate getting further information?
So you're talking about, I assume Commissioner Malone, you're probably talking about the state request,
Or
anything. It's too early right now with the state request. I mean, we're just now getting, information into our firm, and that is, they're going to be filling out forms and looking at, we may get information about what's likely, what's not. Obviously the cost piece that we continue to watch with borrowing, that's going to be a wild card as we go. We'll just have to continue to watch interest rate. But again, remind you, did build in a cushion. All these estimates have an interest rate cushion. We'll have to continue to watch that. So I don't know that there's anything that would really change. I think both Nick and I feel really good on our estimates at this point. The site development is a conservative approach. And again, please keep that all in mind as you go through that. I know you talked about it earlier, but this 114 million that builds in what Nick and I would probably say is maybe more of a worst case scenario under that. We might be able to get to that place to be able to bring that down more. So just put that out there for.
So if I could summarize, we're at a point where we're looking at either option 4 or 5,
I was just
108 to 114 million.
Gonna say, I think we can rule out options 1, 2A, 2B, and 3.
Yeah, and I think that for my personal comfort, I would be happy to sit with it until January 3rd. And I would like to hear whether community members have something to say, and then come back and make a decision, just so that I'm not making it in a hasty way.
I think that sounds good.
Hopefully I'm sworn in by then.
We'll make it happen.
You'll be sworn in by then, right?
We're working on that as we speak.
Oh, I did not know that was
It's a thing.
a risk.
We'll be able to make it happen. Commissioners, I did just want to recognize that we have Chris Edmonds here, who has been instrumental in helping guide us over the course of the last 6 months or so, maybe longer. Probably seems like a lot longer, Chris, right? Doesn't it? Do you have any questions for Chris today while he is here?
I do not. Anybody?
Well, just any additional comments on the $5 million ask for the EOC?
And thank you, Chris, for sitting here this whole time.
Well, I was just here just in case a question like that came up. The perspective that I can offer with regard to the EOC ask is just a reminder that the EOC did test very positively with the community. The community likes this project. That said, the current complexion of all of the projects that are in front of you are all very well received by the community. We didn't find that the EOC, its addition or subtraction was a major driver, of support for the overall bond package. And so, with that, I think that one could intuit from that information that the community would be supportive of the county proceeding with the EOC project via whatever was the most likely, funding vehicle. And being able to secure state support for that, I think that there's a really strong message back to the community. Another just general piece of information as you go back and kind of have your personal deliberations over the holiday. I would say that we came into this about 6 months ago, and it does feel like I had a lot more hair at the start of this. But when we came into this, the county had already kind of coalesced around a commitment or a desire to keep the bond under $100 million. You know, and I understand that from a psychological standpoint and an aspirational point. A lot of significant things have changed during that time, including inflation. So the value of a dollar is not what it was at the time that the county was doing that. And I think it would be really hard to predict the type of inflation that we've had nationally. And voters, residents understand that intuitively. You know, the other thing is that through our engagement with this community and partnership with the county and multiple stakeholders, we have learned that the complexion of the projects is the most important, that the county has really feels poised to back this idea of taking a very progressive step forward in terms of our overall justice system approach and really expanding the definition of what it means to be able to deliver justice for our local residents, to include all of the elements that keep people from falling into the justice system, to be able to serve children and families with mental health or substance abuse challenges. That treatment is just as important as accountability in the justice system, that we need to be able to provide services that can help people find a way out of tent encampments, getting off of the streets. And so, you know, in our surveys, we found that the what and the outcomes were far more important to voters than just the bottom line cost. So, you know, our interpretation of the data, and we did not test a $114 million bond, but our interpretation of the data that we saw from the surveys was that voters were saying, we want you to get this right. And we really care about it getting done correctly. You know, a new roof is really expensive, but when you've got water coming through the ceiling into your master bedroom, you know, it's a wise investment. And I think that the types of things that you're looking to address through this bond package are very similar, you know, to that situation where the roof is leaking and we've got to do something about it. So I'd encourage you to trust the residents. They've very clearly signaled through our qualitative surveys, through the community engagement, through our quantitative surveys, that they want to back a new vision and a new model for delivering justice services in this county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, anything else on this agenda item? All right,
Commissioners will be coming back to you on January 3rd for a final decision.
okay. And again, thank you, Nick and Rick, for all your work, and Chris. Thank you, everyone. I know this has been just a huge, heavy lift. So thank you to all the executive committee and everyone who's been working on this. Okay, so we will move on to item 7.2 in the matter of the second reading and approval of ordinance number 2022-0315, amending Benton County Code Chapter 2 to replace the contract appeal process. Hello, Gary Stockoff.
Hello, commissioners. It's good to see you. I think this is all said. I think Vance took care of the things that you had requested be done. So I think we're ready for the second reading on this proposed ordinance.
All right, thank you. Do I hear a motion?
I move to conduct the second reading of ordinance number 2022-0315.
Second.
Although is that an okay motion? It's a little different than what was in the packet, but.
I can restate it.
Sure, that'd be great.
I move to approve ordinance number 2022-0315, amending Benton County Code Chapter 2 to replace the contract appeal process and to conduct a second reading.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Say no. You said I.
You said I.
Okay.
You want me to
Long
read it?
day. Sure.
Before the Board of Commissioners for the State of Oregon for the County of Benton in the matter of amending Benton County Code Chapter 2 to replace the contract appeal process, ordinance number 2022-0315. The Benton County Board of Commissioners hereby ordain as follows. Short title. This ordinance shall be known as Amendment Benton County Code Chapter 2 County Contracts. And it shall take effect on January 19th, 2023.
Very good. Thank you. All right.
Something fast.
Yes, moving along. Item 7.3, in the matter of adopting order number 2022-083, revising fees for permits, applications, and services in Public Works, Community Development, and Planning Division for 2023.
So again, commissioners, good afternoon. Yes. It all gets a little hazy, doesn't it? So I think we had some, you had gone through this at a work session, and I don't believe there's any changes. I don't know if Darren or Jesse are online, but I believe that the Public Works items are all up to where we expected. And there's Darren right there. And again, point out that we got rid of the no spray fee, and we had a little bit of a reservation regarding the stormwater fee that we know is going to change here in the next few months, and we might be coming back at that time.
Very good. Darren, comments from you?
Yes, let the record reflect that Gary Stockhoff is so efficient with his agenda items that it makes the rest of us have to hurry down the stairs. No, I don't have anything to add except just to answer questions you might have. I think we covered everything last time, and hopefully it's fairly straightforward.
All right, very good. Well, I will entertain a motion, or unless there's any questions.
I would move to approve order number 2022-083, setting fees for Public Works, Community Development, and Planning Division.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries. And do we need to read something?
No.
No. Okay. Very good. How's that for efficient?
Love it. I'm just learning from Gary.
And I see Laurel has joined us. Any comments from you, Laurel?
No, I'm just queuing up for the next item.
Oh,
I gotta keep rolling. I'm rolling with Gary's mantra here.
I like it. Let's roll right into 8.1, notice of intent to apply for Community Paths Grant, Pathways for North Benton County Communities.
All right. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you so much for your patience. And you've been on a marathon run, but doing a lot of important things. Speaking of which, there is a Community Paths Grant opportunity again that comes up about every 2 years. And I was approached by the Greenbelt Land Trust as well as ODOT, as they have been working together with the Owens Farm Partnership to look at path connections between Corvallis and Adair Village, as well as the Jackson Fraser wetlands and Sheldon Middle School, Crescent Valley, all that north kind of Benton County area. And so what we're proposing to do is go to ODOT and request funds to figure out how to connect Jackson Fraser and some of the Greenbelt Land Trust to the Owens Farm complex over Highway 99. And so that's clearly a barrier. We don't want to do an at-grade crossing there. So we're looking at doing a bridge that would cross Highway 99. But what we need to do is actually a study to figure out where it's practical, what makes the most sense. And so that's what this notice of intent covers, is requesting funding from the state for this study to figure out basically where the best location would be for a bridge, as well as a cost estimate for that bridge. And then subsequently, we would look at future grant cycles to coordinate with any improvements on the Jackson Fraser site or the Owens Farm site or Greenbelt Land Trust to connect all the paths and get everything moving forward. So that way we can have more basically alternatives for folks to do some recreational transportation, as well as walk to education and employment centers. And let's see, the total amount requested from the community paths grant is $666,246. And the good news is the county, basically, they're just looking for support from us. The Greenbelt Land Trust would front the match costs, which is approximately $76,000. So that's that particular project. Any questions?
Questions or comments?
I love the idea. Another potential partner on the west side of the highway is Good Sam. That they have, I don't know if it's a recent purchase, but approximately 60 acres north of their existing campus. Maybe 15 acres they're planning on building, but that leaves close to 50 acres for trails that would connect with the Greenbelt Land Trust land, and so don't forget about them.
Yes, very true.
And part of it, which I love, is the hospital encouraging probably staff and patients that could to take advantage of outdoors and as part of keeping healthy. So I think this study fits right in with that concept, and I love tying parcels together to make a more robust experience. So I think this is a great start on that project, and 99W is definitely a barrier. So I guess if they can do a path bridge over Highway 22 west of Salem there, we ought to be, and that's 4 lanes. This is only 2 lanes. This ought to be an easy one. So
sure.
All I can say is that I want one down in South Corvallis next.
All right, see, you're gonna keep me busy.
I don't know when that'll happen, but there's connectivity that needs to be made down there too. And I know that the partners don't all have the right investments and the right lineup of projects right now, but something to dream about.
Yes.
But you want to make the motion, Pat?
well, I was going to add to maybe we can get a deal on bridges if we get several. So the other one that the crossing that's been talked about is at Adair and McDonald Forest on the other side, and with Adair's population booming, I think that's should also be part of the long-term planning. But
and this particular project could end up being kind of a model for the process. So we can call it a guinea pig to see what ODOT's going to require to go over Highway 99, see what we can also do in an Adair.
Great. Am I on there? I'll move to approve the notice of intent to apply for funding through Community Pass Program for the pathways for North Benton County communities.
Second.
Is that the right one?
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries.
That was a good question.
Okay. Next.
Yes, and that brings us to the next project. This is actually very similar. So it's the Corvallis to Albany multi-use path. Hopefully you remember that in North Albany, we were looking at aligning the path underneath the railroad trestle, but the railroad Union Pacific said no. So now we have to go back to the drawing board. And so that is really my next, I guess, priority is to figure out how we are going to get the path between Rainwater and over or under Highway 20. to connect to the path as it's conceptualized near Scenic Drive. And so I really felt like this was a good opportunity. We have community paths funding to build the piece between Pilkington and Merloy, which we're moving forward on. We're in right-of-way negotiations right now on that project. And then we still have the portion in North Albany that's being revamped that will build a portion between Hickory and Rainwater Lane. But now this particular grant application is requesting a study to determine how to connect the path between Rainwater and Scenic, basically. And so we're looking at about, it's almost 424,000 we're asking for from the Community Paths Grant program. And then the county would need to come up with 48,526 in match for that project. And that is mostly off system. Portions of it might be parallel with Highway 20 where gas tax can be spent, but some of it is projected to be general fund match because it's outside of a road right of way. Are there any questions on that particular project?
Questions?
On the match, if some of it is in the right of way, does the would the match amount decrease?
So the match amount wouldn't decrease where we could use the fund. So we would need general funds, but we could use road funds also to make the match whole. Does that make sense? So the match amount would still be $49,000, but if there's portions of it within a road right of way or adjacent to a road right of way, we can use gas tax funds as that match.
Yep.
So,
Okay, do I hear a motion?
Well, I'll move to approve the notice of intent to apply for funding through the Community Pass program for the Corrals to Albany multi-use path, North Albany refinement plan.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
One more question. What's the timetable on the Community Pass grants?
So they're due in January of 2023, and they generally make that announcement later in 2023, but then the money won't be available until 24-25 fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, commissioners.
Thank you, Laurel. Have a great day.
You too.
I just want to go back real quick to item 7.3, the order number 2022-083. I noticed that my name is misspelled on the signature line.
Yes, I noticed that before.
Yeah,
I thought I mentioned it.
Yes. So do we need like a separate motion to approve it with the change or consider it a Scrivener's error or what?
I don't think we need a motion.
No. Okay. Okay.
We can address that.
Okay. Very good. See, this is why we need Vance, right? Okay. Let's move on. Item 8.3 in the matter of order number D 2022-016, granting exceptions to the Benton County Code, Chapter 2, to purchase from a sole source vendor. Exceptions to the Benton County. We have with us Don Dale, Jeff Van Arsdal, and Doug Syrup. Please correct my pronunciation.
You're close. That works. Syrup.
Thank you. Well, welcome. What do you have for us today?
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate your time. I will probably not take near as much time as Laurel and some of the stuff that they covered. This is a request essentially to be able to continue a contract with Axon. Axon provides our in-car cameras, our body cameras, and our tasers. Just over 5 years ago, this office undertook a massive study and landed on the Axon product as it relates to the body camera and the in-car camera. Tasers have been around for some time, and they're the only provider of this less lethal option. Our contract is expiring, and so our request is to be able to sign a 5-year contract to continue using Axon in all 3 platforms. And with this approval, we will get upgrades in all 3 platforms as well.
Very good.
I'm happy to make a motion.
Sure.
I move to approve order D 2022 016, authorizing the use of a sole source exception to the process described in Benton County Code 2.275 to contract with Axon Enterprises LLC for body worn cameras, in-car cameras, and tasers for Benton County Sheriff's Office.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Well, and your timing was good, Sheriff, that we did the tour yesterday and you got to talk a little bit about this issue.
Nope, and I appreciate your willingness to come down to the jail yesterday for that tour. That was perfect.
Yes, thank you for allowing us to do that. All right, anything else on this agenda item? Thank you so much. Okay, moving along, item 8.4 in the matter of adopting order number 2022-086 for the 2023 revised fee schedule for the assessment department. And we have Jenny Anderson with assessment with a very festive, awesome sweater.
Hello, Commissioners and Joe. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to discuss our proposed fee schedule. This fee schedule proposal has an average overall increase of 13.42%. In addition to the increase, we're seeking 3 new fees. One is a statute-driven fee for senior deferral, late filed applications. We have one for unrecorded document processing fees and a tiny home park model processing fee. Just a quick reminder that we haven't requested a fee increase since January of 2021. And to simplify things, we put an overall $25 increase on most of our fees. It's difficult to compare neighboring counties because some counties either don't charge fees for their service or they're just inconsistent. They're all over the board. So if our fee schedule proposal is approved, the additional revenue would assist in recouping some of our personnel costs. The assessment department's personnel costs have increased 20% when we compared the 19-21 actuals to the 21-23 service levels. We're also projecting a 23% increase in our personnel costs for the 23-25 biennium. Our state mandated programs and many of the other services that we provide often take more than one team member to review, process, and administer. And in the future, we plan on coming annually, so it's less of an increase, not so drastic. Are there any questions, concerns?
Comments or questions?
Well, I think it's smart to do this on an annual basis, especially after a couple of years of fairly large increases and just make it as accurate as you can, knowing current information. So I think you're on the right track there.
All right. Comments, questions, motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt the revised 2023 fee schedule for the assessment department, order number D 2022-086.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Happy holidays. Okay. That's the end of the agenda. Yes. Whew, okay. So yes, we will need to adjourn this meeting and then call to order the North Albany Service District meeting. So is there anything else for the good of the order for this meeting?
Nope.
All right, I will adjourn the meeting at 1:41 p.m. And then I don't have another agenda for that one. Let me just get that You want here real quick?
Computer over.
Well, I have it right. I just didn't have it up. Okay. I will call to order the North Albany County Service District Governing Board meeting at 1:41 PM. Do we have any comments from the public? There is no one in the boardroom. Is there anyone online that would like to provide public comment? Hearing and seeing none. New business 2.1 in the matter of order number D 2022-082, adjusting rates, fees, and charges for the North Albany County Service District water users. Gary, hello.
Yes, hopefully this is the last item for the day, but anyway, this Ryan could not be here from the city of Albany, so I'm filling in. This is the annual update to their rates. Again, Albany serves water to the customers in the North Albany Service District, which now includes our friends from the former Dumbeck system. So they are proposing a modest 2% raise in the rates. I think the council approved that last summer, and then they take effect January 1 of 23. So this is processing that increase.
Thank you. Comments or questions? Do I hear a motion?
I'll move in the matter of adjusting rate and fees and charges for the North Albany County Service District water users, which is order number D 2022-082.
Okay, I will second that.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, let's see. Anything else for the good of the order? Hearing none, I will adjourn the meeting at 1:43 PM. The end. Let's go eat lunch. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
Or dinner.